Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you'll receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly, a true understanding of the Word of God. Get your copy of the Son of Man Speaks from these select locations. Sisters, Brave 2, 18070 Mount Ellie, the Shell gas station, 13110 West 7 Mile Road. To get a subscription, call 601-786-9788. That's 601-786-9788. The Son of Man Speaks magazine, dedicated to becoming free indeed.
Attention, brothers and sisters, viewers and listeners, now available. Your Son of Man Speaks magazine digital subscription. Your digital subscription to the Son of Man Speaks magazine will also include our monthly e-newsletter, both delivered to your inbox. If you have any questions regarding the digital magazine subscription or digital newsletter, you may send an email to shabazsprinting@thenewnationofislam.com. That's shabazsprinting@thenewnationofislam.com. Or call 1-601-786-9788. That's 1-601-786-9788. You can also subscribe online. Visit www.thenewnationofislam.com and click on the magazine tab to register for your online subscription.
We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. Visit the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together to rebuild the city. We're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. And for more information, 313-868-0000 is a local number. Again, 313-868-0000. Support the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
To make your online tithes, offerings, donations, gifts to the Son of Man through Cash App, make your payment to $New Nation of Islam. That's $New Nation of Islam. Or call 601-786-7056. 601-786-7056.
The Curls and Combo Natural Hair Summit is a 5-hour jam-packed event that serves to empower our community along their hair journey. You will have access to a host of licensed hair care professionals and beauty experts under one virtual roof. By creating the Curls and Combo Natural Hair Summit, I aim to break the norms set by society and redefine beauty standards for melanated individuals. Through Designs by Deej and this movement, the Natural Hair Summit, I am dedicated to providing a space that boosts confidence and self-love while championing the natural hair movement. Together, we empower one another to embrace the beauty of our unique hair textures and melanin-rich skin. Consider this your formal invitation to attend the 3rd annual Pearls and Combo Natural Hair Summit. Grab your ticket and join us Saturday, October 19th, 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central. See you there.
Have you ever searched through a shelf full of greeting cards and still couldn't find the one that echoed how you felt? Well, search no more and call Designs by Deej. We offer birthday cards. Our cards are one-of-a-kind keepsake items that your recipient will want to place on their mantle with all of their other beautiful and treasured items. We also offer holiday cards. With Designs by Deej, no holiday will go unnoticed. Our unique greeting cards are sure to celebrate all holidays. We also have cards for special occasions. We are your one-stop shop for unique and three-dimensional, handmade greeting cards for all occasions. Specializing, we also take custom orders. Every card is crafted with care and made with love. So call Designs by Deej today at 601-451-9536 or visit our website, www.designsbydeej.com.
Year-Around Landscaping has been serving Metro Detroit for over 20 years, offering various landscaping, lawn care, property maintenance, and home renovation. Our professionalism has earned us an outstanding reputation, while our creativity, integrity, and dependability have kept our clients returning and referring us to others. At Year-Round Landscaping, we prioritize quality customer service. We treat every client as our only client before, during, and after providing our services. We believe in building solid relationships with our clients and ensuring their satisfaction. Whether you need a complete outdoor makeover, indoor renovation, or routine maintenance, we have the expertise and resources to deliver outstanding results. Our team is committed to providing exceptional service and completing every project to the highest standard. To schedule an estimate or consultation, please call us at 248-843-6139 or visit our website at yearoundlandscaping.net.
Year-Around Landscaping. One source, unlimited resources.
For elite carpet, floor, and upholstery cleaning, call Supreme Steam Cleaning. For pressure washing on your house and driveway, call Supreme Steam Cleaning. Flooding in your house or building? Supreme Steam Cleaning's got you covered with our emergency water extraction services. Transform the rooms in your home with floor installation, repairs, and more. Give us a call today at 601-720-5138. That's 601-720-5138. Visit our website, www.supremesteamclean.com, and follow us on social media at Supreme Steam Cleaning. When you need an elite team, call Supreme.
SOS Graphic Design provides agency-quality professional graphic design services from established companies to startups and individuals, creating a simple logo to complete rebranding and delivering visual communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective: to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166 or online at www.sosgraphicdesigns.com.
Are your clothes coming apart at the seams? Universal Seamstress and Tailoring has got you covered. At Universal Seamstress and Tailoring, we specialize in a wide variety of alterations and transformations to make and keep your clothes looking and fitting their best. From hem jobs to downsizing suits and dresses for a perfect fit to replacing zippers and buttons, Universal Seamstress and Tailoring is your one-stop shop for clothing maintenance. Also, do you have a logo for your clothes you'd like to wear? Universal Seamstress and Tailoring can put it there. That's right. At Universal Seamstress and Tailoring, we not only do alterations, but embroidery as well. Shirts, pants, coats, hats, even bags. If you can wear it, we can embroider it. So remember, whether it be alterations or embroidering you need, Universal Seamstress and Tailoring has got you covered. Universal Seamstress and Tailoring is located at 1404 Main Street, Fayette, Mississippi. Come and see us or give us a call at 601-786-0540.
check out the new Sisters Braid 2 hair braiding and natural hair care salon located at 18070 Mount Elliott Street. Our new salon is spacious with adequate parking, Wi-Fi, and all brand new state-of-the-art salon equipment. Come meet your local hair braiders and natural hair care specialists and check out our many hair care services such as hair treatments, box braids, cornrows, tree braids, Havana twists, children's braids, natural twists, lock extensions, kinky twists, goddess locks, updos, full weaves, and more. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sistersbraid2.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Braid 2, we offer exceptional care for exceptional hair. We look forward to seeing you. Sisters Braid 2 is a proud recipient of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
Out of the pocket. 7 seconds. 6 seconds.
Oh man, the power's out again.
You have reached Quality Construction and Engineering, your #1 emergency generator source.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. With a backup generator, your life goes on uninterrupted with power when you need it. Not to mention the peace of mind of having your property suited to weather the storm.
Whoever would have thought in Houston, Texas, that we would have an ice storm? It did happen, and that Sunday night when it came in, I got up and looked out the front door, everything was pitch black. It was horrible. Something out of a novel or a science book that you had never seen before. Once the lights went out, my generator popped on. It ran 55 hours. The only one had lights.
Get your backup generator installed with Quality Construction. We install both residential and commercial generators, so you're always covered. Schedule your consultation with us by calling 1-855-876-9370. That's 1-855-876-9370. Or visit us online at www.powerqec.com. That's www.powerqec.com. Financing is available with low monthly payments and 0% interest for 18 months.
That was the best investment that we could have ever made. That's my backup, the generator.
Generators with Quality Construction, built tough enough to weather the storm.
Capital Area Planning Services offers a variety of services catered to your land development needs. We offer landscape design, residential design, land planning, mapping and consulting services, and more. We have over 20 years of design and land planning experience. CAPS LLC offers services to developers, builders, architects, surveyors, contractors, government agencies, and private landowners. Feel free to contact us to find out which services are available in your area. You may reach us at 601-326-2966. That's 601-326-2966. You can also visit us on the web at www.capsllconline.com. Let us put on our thinking caps to serve your land development needs.
Tithes and offerings belong to the Lord. There are various ways that you can give to the new Nation of Islam. Before donating, the Son of Man would like you to first visit our website, thenewnationofislam.com, to view the progress page so you're clear on what you're supporting. Donations can be made on that same website from the Donate tab, or visit www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. To give via Cash App, make your payment to $New Nation of Islam or call 601-786-7056. To use GoFundMe, search Tithes and Offerings, the Son of Man. Donations can also be mailed to Muhammad's Temple at 5306 Red Lake Road, Lorman, Mississippi 39096. For questions or more information, feel free to contact Accountant James Muhammad at 601-786-1636. Thank you for your charitable contributions in support of the New Nation of Islam.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scriptures and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure, have you ever tested what you feel you know with someone who have a different view than your own? Then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man. Broadcasting live each and every day on the newnationofislam.com and YouTube. Sunday, 11 a.m. Central, 12 noon Eastern Time. Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us on Saturday at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern Time for a congregational prayer service. You can also listen via conference call at 601-909-9135. The access code is 968280. That's 601-909-9135. The access code is 968280. For additional streaming options or to report a technical issue, call area code 601-786-1888. That's 601-786-1888. And now, a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just, I greet all of you once again who are hungry and thirsty for the truth, both spiritually and naturally. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's Salam Alaikum. We want to give those who have disagreements with us or have questions or whatnot. If you have questions for us that you would like to get answers, well, this is your opportunity that you can now take advantage of. So, was there anyone that needed to address us? There's no one, then we'll take up where we left off at on
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You did want to remind you about speaking on if someone has to lie in order to get elected, what do you think they'll do when they get in there?
Well, I mean, you know, it is ludicrous for you to knowingly elect someone who you know telling the lies to get something, to get you to vote for them, and then for you to think that after they get in that office that they're gonna tell you the truth. I mean, you know, that's just crazy. That's why, you know, I can relate to the fact that Donald Trump was removing the guilt from himself when he read the snake. I mean, regardless to what he does in that office, if you elect him, And you know, he's being Donald, like what's the name? Howard Stern said. He said, I'm not angry with Donald. Donald's just being Donald. Donald is a liar. He's a con man. Now, he has that excuse, regardless of what he does with Putin or what he does with Kim Jong-un or any dictator. You can't really get mad at him, because you knew what he was when you put him in there. I don't care what you may say. Well, he told us he's going to build a wall. Yeah? Did he build it? He told us Mexico was going to pay for the wall. Yeah? Did they pay for it? I mean, the man is just a liar. So now that's why I don't, I turned away from the debate. Not because I didn't want to hear a debate, but I just can't stand to sit up and listen at people just outright lie to me. I can't do it. That's why I left out of the temple when W.D. Muhammad took over. Because the man was a liar. He came in lying, pretending to believe in Master Farad Muhammad and believe in the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. For to believe in Master Farad Muhammad, you had to believe in the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because none of us knew anything about Master Farad Muhammad but what we were told. Do you understand? And even that, the messenger said that Master Farad Muhammad, while he was here, he told the messenger, don't tell anyone that I am God. He told him that. Don't you tell nobody. Now, after I'm gone, you can say what you want about me. He said, but while I'm here, don't tell them that. He said, you must give the babies milk and not meat. Do you understand? And so the messenger, he remained silent about what he saw in Master Farad Muhammad until Master Farad Muhammad left. Then he made it known to them that Allah appeared to him in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. And he was God in person. And because they did not understand that, nobody did. Not really, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And he knew that I would grow to understand it, and like I have. And so he left enough keys with me that he knew I would be able to use to unlock the hidden truth that he was saying, that he was revealing. In his divine sayings, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, he said, if you are dealing with truth, you are dealing with Allah. He knew I could find that in the book. I could find that in both books. The book says, in the beginning was the Word, in the beginning was the truth, and the truth was with God, and the truth was God. Okay, the Holy Quran says, that is because Allah, He is the truth. Do you understand? And so we always say He when we refer to man or God, because man is a term that means to take charge. It's like the general orders. It says the first general order in the when I was the first time I saw the term general orders was when I joined the Marine Corps. And the first general order is to take charge of this post and all government property in view. To man this post and all government property in view. Do you understand? You see? And you know, a man, as they say, a man's house, a man's domain is his castle. He's the king of that. Do you understand? So to take charge or to man a post makes you the king on that post there. And anybody that comes on that post have to identify themselves to you and actually get your permission to be where they at. Do you understand? And so, it's just like your mind takes charge of your body. So your mind mans your body. You see? And so that is, so the word, when the word takes up residence in man, then God is he this and he that. Do you understand? But he was he before he took up residence in that. Because the word mans us. Do you understand? Like, you get a ship, then the ship don't go nowhere until it is manned. Do you understand? So all praise is due to Allah. You man that ship. Means take charge of it. So it is a lot of things that the messenger taught that he knew I would grow to understand, and I wouldn't do like so many did because they didn't understand him. They started making up their own judgments about what he meant by what he said instead of leaving his teachings alone and growing into the teachings. The messenger said that leave my teachings alone and keep your no good additions out of it. We don't add and take from messengers of God's teachings. When you do that, you get yourself in trouble with God. And you were told don't do that. You add to the book. God said he gonna add the plagues that's in that book to you. You take away from it, he take away your part out of the book of life and out of the holy city. So you must not alter what Allah created. There is no altering Allah's creation. That is the right religion. And most people know not. You see. So I was looking at this thing here. I thought it was going to be a tape or something that you sent me, Brother James. I don't see no list here. I just see a picture of Matt Gates and them on there. But maybe I didn't scroll down far enough. But it talks about the hypocrisy of these people. They voted against FEMA until Helena and hit their state. Now they want FEMA. You see. And to show you, these people can't see past the tip of their nose. You know, every time you make a cut in taxes, you're not cutting taxes only. You are cutting what those taxes was paying for. See, they don't tell you about that. And you don't have sense enough to ask. You so in love with I remember we used to say that boy that's so tight he squeak when he walk. Sometimes say that boy hold on to that dollar until the eagle scream. You know, you got people who don't know what the purpose of money is. That's why they so tight with it. Or they are too loose with it. Do you understand? You know, all things in moderation. But anyway, I'm going to get back here and get back to this this rodeo that I told you I've been to before with your boy. What happened with Donald Trump, that's the same thing happened with W.D. Muhammad. They put him up there and then he tore up the nation while pretending to believe in what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was teaching. But he didn't believe in it. And let me see here. I think we left off a little bit after Muhammad.
Standing in front of the outside and sort of lights go out of his body. This is it. We go throw down. Baby.
The universe will recognize, and I am also guilty for calling him by such name.
I think Muhammad Ali had it. Muhammad made it. Muhammad Ali.
We believe in obeying the laws of the land. We are taught to obey the laws of the land as long as it don't conflict with our religious beliefs.
Here was a man who had been given the opportunity in this country for great wealth. And he wants to depart from the status quo.
Whatever the punishment, whatever the persecution is for standing up for my religious beliefs, even if it means facing machine gun fire that day, I will face it before denouncing Elijah Muhammad and the religion of Islam. I'm ready to die.
That was his decision. That was his call.
See, what people don't understand, that they were seeing the reality of Allah's presence among us. Just like with me, people don't, that's how I feel. I mean, if I have to die for what I'm standing up here teaching you, that I know is the truth, that I know is from Allah, the truth, then I'm willing to die. Because this is my reason for living. So, we have a prayer. Surely, my prayers, my sacrifices, my life, and my death are all for the truth. It's all for Allah. You see? And this is when you can't really explain this to someone. This is something one has to experience for themselves to understand it. You so worried about dying. That's the last thing I'm worried about. I'm worried about how I'm living. And is Allah pleased with my lifestyle? Because as long as I am pleasing Allah, notice, under the white man, I was enslaved, and I was taken out of righteousness into evil, into wickedness. The white man, it would not be effective for me to stand up someplace where white people can't hear me talking about them. But when you are making judgments, when it's time to judge people, the person that is accused has a right to face the one who's accusing them. Do you understand? Any Caucasian that hear me say something about them and I'm telling them I'm their judge, why they don't tell me I need to recuse myself? Because, and you go into a courtroom and you get a judge that's supposed to be impartial. And that judge seems to be doing like Aileen Cannon is doing with Donald Trump, leaning towards being on the side of the defense against the government. The government should have been done asked for her to recuse herself. Because the government represents the people of the United States. The people's representatives represent the people. And when someone offends the government, they are offending the people. And so you need a judge that is neither to the left or to the prosecution or to the defense, but to the truth, to the evidence. Anyone can claim to be impartial, but your deeds and actions has to go along with what you are claiming. Do you understand? That's why you don't hear them coming in here and call themselves telling me, you're not fit to judge me. You hate me. You do that. I don't hate nobody. And I used to think it was something wrong with me because I couldn't stay angry with people. But now I know why. It's because I'm the Lord. I can't be just to people if I'm angry with them and holding grudges against people. But I've offered you every opportunity. It's just like I told you, we need to have a conversation. You said you freed black people in this country, but you've never talked to us about what do we need or what not. Well, how did you free us if we didn't tell you what we need to go free? So, that's because our head was dead. But I'm not dead now. I'm awake. I'm alive. Mentally and spiritually. And so you would do yourself a favor before you see some more stuff like Helene and these other things that's going to bring you to your knees. You think this stuff going to pass over. It's not going to pass over. Not until I get what I want. I want our freedom. Now you can laugh it off if you want. You won't be laughing after a while. I told you I'm not going to be the butt of your joke. So, this ain't about taking revenge on nobody. I'm not seeking revenge. I just want justice. That's all. Justice dictates that I can't hold all of that evil that white people been doing for the past 6,000 years. I can't hold that against them. They were doing what they was told to do by their maker. So, if anybody got to be blamed, it's got to be the one who made them. Do you understand? So, And that was us. And so that gives new meaning to we have seen the enemy, and it is us. So, okay. Now, but their maker also told them, you have 6,000 years to do all of this. But the Sabbath, in the 7,000th year, in the Sabbath day, rest. Stop. And if you do it in the Sabbath day, you are going to be put to death. Okay. So you were forewarned. It ain't like nobody didn't tell you. You saw all them funerals that was happening around here when I first moved here. Running around here dropping your lugs on me. You know, and then I wasn't an adult in this knowledge yet. I was still growing, but I was still Allah's child. And many of them found that out the hard way. And so, but now, I'm no longer a baby in this knowledge. I'm a man. And I know what I'm saying. And I'm telling you, some of you that may be legislators, we need to talk. I need to be able to talk to the United States legislature. We need to have a conversation about our freedom, about the freedom of the black people that were enslaved by you. We are their offspring, and we have never been free. We didn't even know what freedom was. That's why we never gained it, because you educated us and you never really taught us the truth about freedom. If we didn't pay attention, like Ronald Reagan said once about justifying supporting Israel, the state of Israel, he said that where there is no land, there can be no freedom. Now, he said that. So that's justifying the state of Israel, giving them some territory, some place that they could call their own, so that they could be the masters of their own fate and the masters of their own destiny without being subject to what was done to them under Adolf Hitler. Well, we need to be the masters of our own fate and the masters of our own destiny, and not be subject to what was done to us by you, white people. So, I'm just telling you facts. This is it's time now that we all speak as men, man to man. That's how I'm talking to you now. I'm, the only member of your body that can speak is your head. And that's me. I'm the head for black people. If you want to talk about what black people need and what black people don't need, you see me. Not the people, black people that you done educated and misguided and got all of these misguided understanding of history. They don't know that we wasn't brought here to become citizens of the United States. We was brought here to experience slavery, experience what it's like to be mistreated, to get a lesson out of it, because Allah intended to make us the rulers. So, as long as I'm in your country, I was born here, and by your laws, I'm supposedly a citizen. But even there, you don't grant us the full rights of citizens. Every 25 years you got to re-sign us as the right to vote? Well, I don't want to live like that. I'm not going to keep living like that. No. You give and you take. No. I want my own country. Well, what you going to do with all these low-down black people? I'm going to reform them if they let me. And if I can't reform them, they're going to get the same thing that unreformed white people going to get. I told you, this ain't got nothing to do with me hating nobody. I hate evil. And when the time comes, everybody whose mind is filled with evil is going to be destroyed. It's just that simple. You know what happens when you can't think. When your mind goes, game over for you. So, does anybody doubt that? You already see people, kingdoms against kingdoms, like the book said. People used to understand in this country, people used to understand how to stay in their own lane. You ain't used to have no politicians call themselves second guessing the CDC. That's what they set the CDC up for. And put scientists in there so that they could receive guidance from the CDC when there is a pandemic or some disease that is threatening the nation. But now, everybody's out of their lane now. It's spastic. They got spiritual epilepsy. Can't control itself. All right.
That wasn't a blind loyalty. Muhammad Ali would have stood machine gun fight. He would have done that. And
that ain't the first time you heard somebody willing to die for what they believed in. Why is it so strange when you hear it coming from a black man, but when Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death, you just said, well, Patrick Henry was a man. You know, and you didn't make no big deal out of it. Nathan Hale said, my only regret is that I ain't got but one life to give for my country. So, I remember things like that. And I admire those men for their manhood and their willingness to die for their people. You really don't understand. You talk about Jesus. There's a whole lot of people was doing what you said Jesus was doing. What you think them men that the Normandy invasion, all them soldiers and Marines and stuff that died, they died for you. I didn't hear you. There's many things that you, when wars are fought and men get killed on both sides, they are dying for the ideology and for the civilization that they believe in. The trouble is, many of them believe in a civilization that was doomed before they were born. Because wherever you condone a civilization that condones the injustice, any injustice done to any individual, that civilization, if it does not change, it is doomed to fail. So, I'm, if any of you disagree with something that I say, I will discuss it with you. And I will gladly discuss it with you. Because if there's some fault in something that I say, the only way I'm going to see it, since I said it, I obviously didn't see no fault in it. And if I saw fault in it, then the question comes, why did you offer it up if you see that it's faulty? You don't put a car on the road if you know it has a fault that could harm people. If you can help it, you don't put no car on the road that's got any fault that you saw. You correct the fault. It's the same with medicines. It's the same with everything. But they put the medicine out there knowing that it's going to cause another harm, another problem. And you put it out there anyway. After you done fixed the Congress, the legislature to make a law that put a cap on how much you could be sued. Y'all some crooks. I remember when you did it. Used to be, pharmaceutical companies used to be afraid to put bad stuff out on the market because they could. Wasn't no limit to how much punitive could be done. They fixed that. What is $200 million cap when somebody done made billions of dollars off of some poison that they knew was harming you when they put it out there? I'm just, all right. You may have gotten away with it with your justice system, but Allah watching you. Go to now, you rich man, and weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Did you think that was said in vain? No. You ain't getting away with that stuff. No, you're not.
And the country and those people that he's told that believed that he would do it. He wasn't doing that in ignorance.
They describe Malcolm as being our man.
I noticed. He said what Ali would have done. But that's the way I felt. That's the way I thought all of us felt that way. But they didn't. You remember the secretaries stood up there and we who follow this great man will fight to the death to hold on to what he has gained for us. And they didn't fight to even hold on to their flag, didn't fight to hold on to their authority over their own way of practicing religion. Gave it all up and started calling it a lie. Don't you know, if you say that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad what he taught wasn't true Islam, you were saying he was lying? And he told you, he said, now remember, if you say Elijah has lied, you are saying God has lied. You remember that? You know that's blasphemy, don't you? Okay. That's the one thing the scriptures say is impossible for God to do. It's impossible for God to lie. Because God is the truth. The truth cannot lie. I didn't hear you. The truth can speak in such way that it will cause you to misunderstand. but the truth cannot lie. Do you understand? The scripture is proof of that. They spoke the word of God, the truth, in a mystery. Huh? And now you got all these false religions out here because everybody been trying to read this mystery and explain it. Huh? So you got a lot of polytheism out here. So,
but in some respects, Muhammad Ali was that too, but not in the eloquent sense, but just in that world of celebrity.
As the 1960s came to a close, Elijah Muhammad turned to his next economic venture, whiting H&G Fish.
As long as your stomach is in the kitchen.
H&G meant headed and gutted. The fish came without the head and pretty much gutted already.
For another people, you'll always be that slave.
During the 1972 right in that area, Elijah Muhammad was really making an all-out push to grow the Nation of Islam, to expand it. And we're getting to an area now that is international trade.
If you're going to build a nation, you need an infrastructure. And the infrastructure must include business.
Well, it just happened that in New York, a gentleman by the name of Alisan Dobra, he was a Turkish Muslim. He met the young Elijah Muhammad. He hired Mr. Dobra on the spot just to train the members of the Nation of...
Why is infrastructure called infrastructure? See, if you don't ever question what is said to you, how are you ever going to understand what's said to you? You remember when Mr. Neubauer threw a word at me that I didn't know what it meant? And I asked him, I said, well, I don't know what that means. What you meant by that? What that word means? He told me, look it up. He was mad. You know, the minute you if you claim to be a teacher or imparting knowledge, and the student is a willing student and simply asks you to define a term that you use, and you tell them you go look it up. Well, what you are telling that student is you don't want to be understood. And generally, if a person is speaking and don't want to be understood, it is because they don't really want to talk to you. Of course, he invited me up there. I didn't just go up there. He invited me to come there, so he should have wanted to talk to. He should have wanted to talk to me. When have you ever heard me refuse to tell a person if they ask me what did I mean by something that I refuse to tell them? I always tell you what I mean if you ask me, and you didn't get what I meant. But anyway, this term infrastructure, you heard the term ultraviolet and infrared. Those are lights, aren't they? But you don't, they are on a level that's subtle, more subtle than the other light. And so, you notice, most people, they don't get the bigger picture that the highways are and bridges are infrastructure. Things, it's just like your inside of your body. You have the arteries, and you have capillaries, and you have different things. That's part of the infrastructure of your body. Without those things, your body couldn't function like it does. Do you understand? Without the highway system, the business community would not exist on on the level that it's on. The highway system was created by the need of the business infrastructure to have a means of connecting to each other. Do you understand? With goods and services. And so, you things that people don't think about. It's like light in the sun that people don't think about. Infrared, ultraviolet. Do you understand? But they serve a purpose. And so, I like to understand what people are saying to me. I'm not, and if I got it wrong, when I tell them what I got out of it, because that's what I got out of infrastructure. Now, if that's not what they meant, they can tell me. I ain't gonna get mad. And I ain't gonna feel embarrassed. I don't never feel embarrassed when I learn something that I didn't know. I feel happy. So I don't know what's wrong with these people. They don't want you to know that you taught them something. I'll tell you in a minute, man. I ain't never thought about that. I'm glad you taught me that. Do you understand? I guess that's why the scripture called me a man-child. Because generally children, they get happy when you share knowledge with them that they didn't know. You can see their eyes light up and whatnot. And I'm gonna be that way for the rest of my life. I'm always happy to learn new things. And so, but you can't teach no old despiser of God new things.
In the area of international trade,
this was the first time in the history of black people in America of African descent being given an opportunity to take the leadership in such a dynamic, independent role.
Now you see that brother right there? Now, him, Brother Donald, and Brother Fatih, you remember Brother Fatih? Y'all met him. Now, I really believe that them brothers would give their life for me. That's how they conducted themselves, and I saw it in action. That they were. That's what a lot of people didn't realize, is that many of the people, like Malcolm had a history before he became a minister. He didn't forget how to do the stuff he used to do. Do you understand? A lot of the brothers that's in the nation, they came up, what that song say? I came up hard, but now I'm cool. So, I didn't make it playing by the rules. Do you understand? That song was pretty deep. Because a lot of the brothers that were terrors in the black community became protectors of the black community. It's just like I don't blame white people for hiring roughhouse police officers. I blame them for not teaching them civilized behavior. He can always, if somebody get crazy with him, he can show them it's another side to me now. Well, if you had met this brother, his name was Bartha at the time, now it's Brother Naeem Shaw. But if you had met him, you would have thought he was the nicest person that you ever want to meet. But there was another side to him too. Just like Brother Donald. And you find that out when you step off the wrong way with him. Do you understand? Not aggressive. Strictly defensive. That's what the messenger taught us. To be non-aggressive. Always, not sometimes, always go in the way of peace. This was the end of our meeting. Every time we finished the meeting, we've been in there talking about white folks and talking about what they did to us. And before we left out of there, the messenger got it straight with us. I'm not telling you this for you to go out there starting something and beating up white people. Always go in the way of peace and never be the aggressor upon any man. But if you are attacked, then you fight with those that fight with you. For a coward Muslim is not a Muslim. You understand? What is a coward? A coward is a person who is ruled by fear. A brave man is simply a man that ignores his fear and goes and does what's right, even if it cost him his life. So I always respect this brother, you know. He always, I never saw anything from him but brotherhood. And even though many of them, they got deceived by W.D. Muhammad, the messenger had already said, if a lot of you knew the truth, you just gone back in the grave now. Why? I'm the only one that W.D. couldn't fool. And I was not W.D. Muhammad's enemy in the sense that people think of enemies, because I tried to reach him. Y'all my witnesses. I tried to get to talk to him. I tried to talk to Minister Farrakhan. They wouldn't talk to me. And you know why? Because they didn't want to hear what I had to say, because I would have corrected them. They only was around and surrounded by people who agreed with them. That's why when Farrakhan got on there with Donahue went up one side of him and down the other, because he wasn't used to having arguments with people. He was used to people just going along with whatever came out of his mouth. Do you understand? Just like when Donahue made him admit that God don't talk to him. Well, how can you be God's representative? Donahue didn't have to say that. When he asked him, does God talk to you, Minister Farrakhan? Does God speak? He said, do you mean, do I hear God in my ear? And he said, yes. Does God talk to you? He said, of course not. He said, of course not. Well, then you don't have no personal stuff that I don't have, then, do you? That's what, now here the devil telling him, you ain't got nothing special more than me, right? And Farrakhan started laughing. You see my point? That's what happens when you try to be the head runner. The messenger said you run into something you can't put out of your way. Allah speaks to me all the time. How you think I know so much? Anyway, let's...
Economics.
At the behest of Elijah Muhammad, Nadar Ali...
Now, I don't like that word, behest. It means to order, but when you really think about it, it's got a negative connotation, because it's orders to go do something that you may have been hesitant to do. Do you understand? Behest. You know, do it in spite of the fact that you don't want to. This kind of thing. The messenger said we are lazy. He said that's what we are, the way we are. He said we're lazy. He said we would rather be a slave to a smart man than to be a smart man ourselves. You know, but anyway, Nadar Ali, I met him. You know, I knew him. not personally. If he asked you, pardon me, if he was asked, do you know this brother Marvin Muhammad? He would probably tell you no, because he was a national figure. So as a lot of people know a national figure, know of them and have seen them, but that national figure may not know them. Do you understand? So, but he was one of those that the messenger sent to do business and import things for us.
Did a deal with the Peruvian government to import large quantities of fish to be sold by members of the Nation of Islam. This was aimed at furthering Elijah Muhammad's objectives of gaining economic independence.
See? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had ambassadors. Do you understand? That went and took messages from him to foreign governments, and they respected the messenger and they did business with us. Do you understand?
How much pressure was on each rank and file member to sell that fish?
Well, a lot of pressure, but it wasn't physical pressure. It was mental pressure.
Usually a quota would be initiated.
Wasn't no lot of pressure on nobody. They was asking each brother to take a 40-pound box of fish a week and sell it. You know, sell the fish in it. Do you understand? And now I was on the fish crew. Now it was 9 of us on the fish crew, and you had to at least sell 100 pounds of fish a day to be on the fish crew. And if you couldn't do that, you couldn't be on the fish crew, because it wouldn't have been, you know, it wouldn't been do you no good to be out there if you can't sell nothing. So you know, you got to have some kind of skill in selling. But anyway, in 1 year, us 9 brothers, we sold 1 million pounds of fish, and the minister gave us a dinner at the Cockatoo Inn, and it was a steak dinner, which I never could figure that one out. But anyway, I had stopped eating meat, and the brother told me, "Look, brother, if the minister gave us a dinner, it's an insult for you not to eat it." I said, "Well, I don't eat beef no more." I said, "Well, okay, I ain't gonna insult the minister." I ate that steak and then wind up with a sore throat. But anyway, I just chalked it up to experience. And but that's you know, I didn't realize that I was one of the reasons why it was so successful, because I was there. I remember once the minister said that the messenger looked at our progress out there. He said, "It looks like the sun is rising from the west." And you know, I didn't have a clue. I didn't have a clue. Do you understand? So you know, but as I think back over it, I realized that he knew I was there, and he knew why it was so much progress being made out there. And once he said, "Allah is in every cell of the fish." That's what he said. And so I was you know, I loved that man. He was and I never met him personally. Never. Of course, I love Jesus too. I never met him. I love Moses. You know, when I look at what they left here, you know, I mean, that I admire those men. You know, when you stand for something, when you stand for something, you can't help but admire others who stand for something. Do you understand? It's just like You know, is David Duke still alive? You know, I have much more respect for David Duke than I will ever have for Donald Trump, because David Duke is not no phony. David Duke, if I could talk to him, I bet you me and him would get along fine. Because he's the kind of man that would tell you what his beef is with you. Do you understand? And you know, it's just like Thomas Robb. You remember when we talked? Me and Thomas Robb, we could have got along fine. Because I wasn't, you know, I'm not going to purposely offend a person when something they asking me or telling me offends them that I could stop doing. I'll just stop. Out of respect for them. I mean, if it's not going to hurt me to stop, well, what's the problem? You getting on somebody's nerve and they want you to stop getting on their nerves. Stop getting on their nerves. But some people just don't like peace. You see? You can't make peace with a man that don't really stand for anything. Donald Trump don't stand for nothing. So how do you please a man who stands for nothing? Just whatever he comes up with at the particular time. And then when that's inconvenient, he don't stand for it no more. Do you understand? Well, that's not a man. That's the way children are. That's why you can't make deals with children. You can't get in contracts with children. The child does not understand the gravity of the word. You tell a child, you know, if your word ain't nothing, you ain't nothing. That child don't know what that means. Do you understand? When he can promise you he gonna do something that he know he ain't gonna do, and you believe him, he think he put it over. He you know, he said, that fool believe me. Yeah, you the fool. That's what he called you, the fool. He don't realize he's the fool. Because he just betrayed the trust of someone who put their trust in him. Anyway.
The captain, you know, who had control of the men, would implement a quota on you rather than you coming in telling them what you were willing to do.
From the sale of Whiting H&G, the Nation of Islam grossed over $18 million a year. But such a massive business venture did not come without challenges.
We unloaded 7 ships in the LA Harbor. We unloaded 7 ships ourselves in the LA Harbor. We came out on the docks to help. They said we were not union. And that was a union dock. So what the union people did, since we came out there, they said, well, we'll close down the docks. We won't do nothing.
And we weren't going to allow nothing or nobody to stop us. So they said that they wouldn't unload, period. We had 20 trucks, we had our own men, we had 240 men, and the captain said, look, we'll take care of it ourselves.
And he called them all to attention. And he told them what had to be done.
And they say, well, look, you can't do that. This is a union dock. If we don't unload it, it won't be unloaded.
Those brothers pulled off their coats after the longshoremen left and sat down. Their brothers pulled off their coats. They went inside the warehouse.
And a couple of the brothers knew how to operate cranes. Brother jumped on the crane. In fact, it was a Lieutenant Rayford. A little bitty brother, man. He was small in size, but his heart was big as that old shit, man. He was a fiery young soldier.
And they started running that little tow motor.
He operated and swung that big lift around, and brother began to stack it on. Just stack the fish on top of that bed.
and started sending the fish down on the conveyor belt. We had our own trucks come in.
Over 200,000 pounds on that first shipment, if I'm not mistaken. We unloaded it off the dock and started putting it on the truck. Shop stewardess came out and told us, now listen, the union is going to send some people over here to let you know that, you're not supposed to be doing this. So the captain said, man, don't worry about none of that, man. You do what you got to do, we're going to do what we got to do. We're not going to let our fish rot just because we are not in the union. The guy said, who's in charge? As soon as he said that, man, we stopped and the captain stepped straight to the point. Captain Ali Rashid was so cold. I remember he had a black outfit, and the captain said, I'm in charge, man. And the guy told the captain, said, well, look, you're in violation here. You can't do this. And the captain said, in violation of who and of what? Who am I violating? Well, this is a union dock, and the union has to do this. You can't do it. The captain said, look, man, look at me. The captain said, these are our fish. These are our men. Allah's God, so what you want to do? 200 men, everybody was ready to do whatever we was going to tear that dock up. And the man said, look, I ain't got nothing to do with this fish. I sure got nothing to do with God, with Allah, so y'all handle your business. The captain, you a smart boy. Here, take a piece of fish. Gave him a 5-pound box of fish, and we finished the work. And, that was it.
During the 1974 Savior's Day Convention, marking the birth of Iraq.
Always remember something. If you doing what Allah's messenger have you doing, woe to somebody who try to stop you. It's just like this government. Man, if the FBI, if the government, the people that represent this government, if they come out to see you or whatnot, ain't no sense you bucking up to them. You got the weight of this government behind them people. Do you understand? Well, the weight of the universe is behind the messenger of God. And if you know what's good for you, you won't bother him when he ain't bothering you. That was our fish. And you gonna tell us we can't help unload it? And you can sit there and watch us. We'll unload the whole thing. And we'll be out of your way. And so we didn't have no problem out there. But the fact of the matter is that people hated us without a cause, without a justifiable cause. If any Caucasian that hates me was to talk to me, he could not justify his hatred of me. I could ask him one question, and if he'd be truthful with his answer, he would be ashamed of himself. If there was any shame in him. Just one simple question. If we, black people, had a history with you of enslaving you and mistreating you like you did us, what would you be doing if you was me? Would you not be standing up for your people? Telling those who mistreated your people that they were wrong for doing so? I know white people, they don't let you just mistreat them and they don't say nothing. They will say something. Not only will they say something, they will do something to you if they can. But unlike him, see, the mistake that most people make when they dealing with us, They judge us by the way they are. No, you can't judge us by the way you are, because we are your fathers and mothers. Children will never understand their parents. Do you understand? They may think they understand them, but they don't. Just like when my parent, when my daddy fussed at me, I used to think that my daddy didn't like me. Do you understand? He must hate me or whatever, because he wouldn't let me do what I please. That's because I didn't know what love is. When you hate somebody, you don't care what they do. Do you just do it away from me? That's what you tell. You know, when you don't really care about somebody, you ain't even got to hate them. But if you don't care about them, you just so and so over there doing so and so. Well, what you telling me for? I don't care as long as he ain't doing it over here. Do you understand? You see, as you grow, you learn to see the signs of when someone cares for you and when they don't. The trouble is, most people, they realize who really cared for them too late. The one that care for them, they don't care. They don't want. Look at the few followers I got. And even fewer that's really following. But the truth of the matter is, you know, I mean, people don't have sense enough to care for someone who cares for them. Most people in this world, they care more for somebody who don't give a damn about them. One of y'all just used my card for J.C. Penney. Brother James, if that's you, that's fine. But I see a charge here. They just sent me J.C. Penney. So y'all let me know after the meeting. You ain't got to say nothing right now, but after the class. So this world is filled with people. Look at all of the black people that's in love with the dollar so much that they willing to accept disrespect, degrading of them and disrespect of themselves just to get a dollar and to be close to the people that hate them. You know, it's sad. You know, you in love with people who made slaves out of you. You know, I can't tell you to lie and say that I love white people. I ain't got no hatred for them, but love is not something that you just naturally can give or have for people. They got to earn that. You see? Now there are some individuals, you know, that I may feel that way about. But as a group, no, I can't just say that. You know, your deeds and your actions will deter me from being able to say that. So, you know, I will respect you. I will treat you like I want to be treated. And if you reciprocate, maybe that will blossom into friendship and maybe love one day. But right now you're going to have to show me that you got sense enough to treat me like you would like to be treated. You want respect. You want to be self-determining. You want your freedom. Then why not give me mine? Especially since you know that I'm not in a position to just take it. You're in a position to give it right now. But you know positions change. That's the one constant in the universe. That things are changing position. Even things that look like they stable and immovable, those things are moving. Everything that is composed of atoms, even when they look like they are still, the atomic structure of them is in motion. Them electrons ain't froze around the nucleus in that atom. They moving. Okay. So just because you in a position of advantage today don't mean you gonna be in that position tomorrow. They got some more storms lined up coming this way. And there's plenty more where them coming from. All of the land, every continent got water on its borders. And that water can be made to be stirred up and send wind that will sweep you off the earth. Drown you. Wash your homes away. That's the forces that back me up. That shouldn't be hard for you to understand. Water can relate to water. Water finds its own level. Aren't you aware that most of our body weight is water? Just like most of this 3/4 of the surface of the earth is water. Approximately 3/4 of us is water. So it shouldn't be hard for you to relate to the fact that water may be relating to its own inside these bodies here. Remember now, you controlling the water inside of your body. What makes you think that water outside of us can't be controlled by the mind? Your immune system is not a conscious thing. It's called autoimmune system. You don't consciously control your immune system, but unconsciously you do. Do you understand? Well, same way you have a physical immune system, you got a spiritual immune system. I have that. And Allah said that He would give His angels charge over me, lest at any time I would dash my foot against a stone and stumble and fall. But He won't let me. He makes mountains get out of my way if that be necessary. So don't make me your enemy. I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm here to be your savior. To save you from that sinful mind that's getting you in trouble. out.
The Nation of Islam's National Secretary, Abbas Rasul, opened the convention by outlining the nation's profound accomplishments.
And he wind up falling royal. This man right here, Abbas Rasul, he wind up falling royal. And I invited him to come and visit us and sent him a ticket. But he chose to follow that con man. So, just because you was close around the Honorable Elijah Muhammad all of the time, don't mean that you had the best understanding of who it was you was close to. Do you understand? Mercury is closer to the sun than the Earth and Mars, even Venus. I think Venus is one next to Mercury, ain't she? But being close don't mean being in the best position. Who's most favored in the sight of Allah? The one who's most mindful of his duty. The messengers of God, they were kind of like Mercury. As you notice, he said, touch not mine anointed and do my prophets no harm. You don't let mercury, the mercury that's in your thermometers and stuff like that, don't you let that stuff get on your skin. That stuff is poison. Touch not mercury. So the messengers of God, they wasn't put here just like you can't touch the sun. The sun is much too hot for you to go talking about you gonna go visit the sun. No, you're not gonna do that. And so keep a respectful distance. Huh? The earth keeps a respectful distance from the sun. What's respectful? 93 million miles. that's respectful. Huh? And then bathe in the sunlight every day, all day, every night, all night. Do you understand? Day and night. The garden of eternal day and eternal night. That's what the earth is. It's the Garden of Eden. That's what Eden means. Eternal day, E-D-E-N. Eternal night. Okay? See all these things, these facts being brought to you now? And they was right there all the time, but you wouldn't have never known it if the sun wasn't here teaching it to you.
Restaurant, the Muslim import stores, the Muslim fish house, the Shabazz grocery store, the Shabazz bakery and coffee shop, Temple number 2 clothing store and office building, the new sales and office building on 78th Street, the Guarantee Bank and Trust Company, Progressive Land Development, Muhammad Speaks newspaper plant, which is a cold storage and warehouse. So in closing, I would like to say just this, that the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have distributed in the hells of North America during this past year over 34 million Muhammad Speaks newspapers.
Moments later, Elijah Muhammad, in failing health, addressed his faithful followers in what was to be his last Savior's Day appearance.
I said to you, my beloved, brothers and sisters, yes, sir, give justice to where it belongs. And don't try to rob people out of justice. Yes, sir. If the white man in the East breathed you and me to go to work for self. And you go all around the earth, eat on object, go wherever you want to. Then he's not to blame today. You're the one to be blamed. Yes, sir. We all love to be equal with other people who are equal. Well, then do something to make them to accept us as their equal. Yes, sir. We can't sit off over here on the curbstone and tell him to come sit down with us. Right. No. We are lazy people. We want something for nothing. Yes, sir. That's what the way we are. We are lazy. We cannot take a country like this and build up cities from one end of it to the other, like the white man have done. Well, we helped him. Well, that was your fault. Certainly he was going to use you. Yes, sir. If you did not use yourself. Yes, sir.
Just like he said, we are lazy people. We want something for nothing. You don't get something for nothing. It's like I had to learn this, and so I'm not trying to make fun or mockery. Look, you think being free is too much work. Do you not see that you've been in the land of people who are free, white people, and every white man ain't no farmer. Every white man is not an engineer. But they have sense enough to support the white man who wants to be a farmer. And they created a whole department of agriculture. And they support their farmers. And every field of education, there are some people who, just because you don't want to do it, that don't mean they don't want to do it. We must think like that too. There are black people who can farm. There are black people who are engineers. There are black people among us that's in every field necessary for independence. We have to support them, be willing to support them, and give them what they need so they can serve us. He that is greatest in knowledge and understanding among us, in whatever field, give them resources so they can serve us. Everybody can't cook, but everybody eats. Everybody don't have to know how to cook, as long as some know how to cook. Everybody don't have to know how to run a foundry, as long as some of us do. We can turn raw material, iron, into steel. We did it working for them. We can do it. We got talented people that can do everything. We are ready to go free. All we got to do is trust in God and do it. All our lives we've been looking at the money instead of reading what's on the money. In God we trust. We don't have to beg for anything. Now, if I wanted to, I could be the worst enemy that any of you ever dreamed of having, white people. But that's not what the scripture says that I'm here for. I don't have to see you suffering in order for me to be happy. If you want your happiness to endure, you should try to make sure that everybody else around you is happy. Then ain't nobody to be mad because you happy and they ain't. Do you understand? So
I love you. Yes, sir. But I love you to do something for self. And to stop putting your faults on the slave master. Yes, sir. And I've said to you in the name of Allah, I salam alaikum.
now, you're going to see that liar get up there next and pretend to believe things that he don't believe. Do you understand? You see, that is, it's just like well, I'll wait until it comes to it. And then, but pretending. Once you start off pretending, you know what you got to keep doing? You got to keep trying. You got to keep pretending. And sooner or later, you're going to get tired of pretending. And then everything, your house of cards, going to come tumbling down. You understand? You're gonna say, I'm tired of this. I can't do this. And people be trying to figure out, tired of what? What you mean, tired of? Because you've been pretending that you was committed to what you was doing. But you was just pretending. And pretending takes a lot out of you. You got to act, and you got to smile when you don't feel like smiling. You got to agree when you really don't agree. And you just got to keep on going against your conscience. Until your conscience gets so full and tired of that weight that you putting on it, it make you say, I'm tired of this. I can't do this no more. Oh, I see. You was faking.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be
As President Nixon primed the American public for his departure from office, a similar transitioning of power was set to take place within the Nation of Islam. In the winter of 1974, Elijah Muhammad longed to have the one son who objected to his teachings return to his fold.
The same day Daddy passed.
Now that was a lie. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't long for Wallace to come to the fold. In 65, Wallace was already saying he was back in the fold. Do you understand? He was there in Philadelphia teaching, and every time the messenger just looked up, somebody bringing the messenger, you know, Wallace out there doing this, Wallace out there doing that. Teaching against, showing his disdain for the teachings. But the messenger knew that the nation was full of hypocrites. So you needed one to manifest that. Huh? So WD, he just manifested what was in the hearts of people all of the time. Because it was time for the real builder to come. The messenger taught us that, like many people thought that the Holy Quran was revealed in 1 month, during Ramadan or whatnot. But the messenger taught us the truth of it, that Prophet Muhammad, he didn't receive all of his revelations at the same time. If you read the history, you can see that. This was revealed at Badr, and this was revealed at this, and this. It happened over a period of 23 years. And that's when the messenger said Allah was preparing another book for him. He said, well, he got it prepared. He's just waiting on a certain time to give it to me. And in 1973, I would have been 23 years old in November. And so I was the book that was prepared, but couldn't be given to him until a certain time. Do you understand? And so he, when he felt my presence, he said, the Savior has arrived. And he knew it wasn't going to be long before he wouldn't be here no more. And he hinted at that. He said in 72, he said Elijah comes in the Old Testament, and he leaves out in the book of Revelation. He said, and we don't know where he died at. And he said, but he died. He said, I don't say that I'm gonna live no great long time. He said, I don't know if Allah gonna let me live another year. As far as that goes, he said, but while I'm here, I must work. Do you understand? And then in 74, Savior's Day, he said, we want you who visiting us, who probably come from overseas. We want you to know that you're at the setting of the sun. And he's letting you know right there, he about to go away now. His mission was done. And he knew I was awake, and he told them that in that Savior Day. He said, get up, brother, and recognize your brother who was lost. Now he's found. He was dead. Now he's alive. And he said, come on in, brother. And so at the beginning of that lecture, he had told them that that sun set. He said, but she rising again. This very teaching that you gonna think is gone. But what did the book say about the Son of Man, about the messenger of the covenant? Allah said when he made a covenant through the prophets, which is this book. As he said, what I have given you of book and wisdom. Then a messenger comes to you who will be verifying what I gave, what was with you. So that's why the messenger said that school of thought, he said that sun, it's set, but she rising again. Why I say she rising again? Because schools are always referred to as she, because they are wombs for minds. Do you understand? And so now everybody that held on to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught, now they glad they held on to it, because now I'm verifying that they held on to the truth. Do you understand? And so the teachings that I'm here to do is to verify that Jesus taught the truth. Moses taught the truth. All of the prophets brought the truth. And I'm here verifying it. And so that sun is rising again, bringing in a new day. Why is it new day? Because when instead of saying the Garden of Eden, we say the Garden of Eternal Day and the Eternal Night. And now you know what you're talking about. Do you understand? I make all things new. So all praise is due to Allah. So you're in a great day now. So take advantage of my presence. The messenger said something that he's going to claim he understood, that this son of his, Nathaniel, tried to interpret to mean WD was going to be taking you in. But WD took you out of the messenger's teaching. He didn't take you into him. He took you out of him. Just a moment. Listen to it.
It's about 6 o'clock in the morning. So Wallace had already accepted, they had already told everybody he could be the next leader. I mean, not everybody, but the people that they could get to, the ministers.
Notice, he said they had already told everybody who the next. He didn't say daddy. He said they had. As Imam Hassan said, Minister Abdul Kareem, when I went out there, when I was in my 40s, back in the 90s, they had something out there, as that was a promise that the messenger had made, that he said Allah would visit Brother Wallace when he's in his 40s. They thought he was talking about when Wallace was in his 40s, but he was talking about when I was in my 40s. And so, anyway, Minister Kareem was up there, and before WD spoke, Minister Kareem, he said, we the officials chose W.D. Muhammad. And that he answered the question, that Allah answered the question before I already knew that had to be how it went. But all he did was verify what I already had surmised. Because they was trying to make it look like the messenger was approving of W.D. Muhammad taking over. But no, the messenger did not approve that. He didn't give his approval or none of that. He told them that it wouldn't be no successor. He said, I bring you face to face with God and man. Do you understand? Or God and the devil, he said. And that's the lion and the lamb. Do you understand? But it's much to be grasped out of that. Any of you that would like to, if you think that I don't know what I'm talking about, you're welcome to come in and discuss it with me, and then you'll find out if I know what I'm talking about. But anyway.
I was privileged to travel with Imam W.D. Muhammad as he went around the country speaking to the ministers and virtually teaching and informing them that he was going to become the leader of this community and what they were to expect.
He was different than anybody else, and he was on point with anybody else, and you could see
that he was not in the mold that everybody else was. He was not in the history mold of black and white as anybody else. He was in the mold of the Quran.
Surely I've turned myself to you, O Allah, who originated the heavens and the earth. I am not.
You notice, he skipped something. He didn't say being upright. He simply just said, surely I've turned myself to you, O Allah, and I am not of those who associate other gods with God. Now, you know, whatever happened to I'm being upright after surely I've turned myself to you, O Allah? Because he wasn't being upright. He wasn't being truthful. He wasn't being honest. He had on the uniform, but he didn't believe in that uniform he had on. Do you understand? Okay.
To the ministers and virtually teaching and informing them that he was going to become the leader of this community and what they were to expect.
He was different than anybody else, and he was on point with anybody else. And you could see that he was not in the mold that everybody else was. He was not in the history mold of black and white as anybody else. He was in the mold of the Quran.
Surely I've turned myself to you, O Allah, who originated the heavens and the earth. I am not of those who associate gods with God.
Daddy told us, the minister, he said, I can lead you up to the door, but somebody else will have to show you the way. And I knew exactly what he meant there.
See? The messenger had told him, he said, I can lead you up to the door, but someone else will have to take you through it. They didn't go through the door. The messenger said, some of you will get right to the door and then turn around. And that's exactly what they did. They got to the door, and then they threw away the one who brought them to the door and went another direction instead of going on through the door with me. Remember, if W.D. Muhammad had been the shepherd, why didn't the doorman open the door for him? Remember what Jesus said about the shepherd? He said, he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold. Now remember now, the sheepfold is the Holy Scriptures. How you know that? Because the wool is what came off of the sheep's back. Where did the scriptures come from? The scriptures came off of the back of the prophets. Allah made a covenant through the prophets. And so, this clothing, if it's metaphorically called wool because David said we are his people and the sheep who brought his pasture. Do you understand? And so as WD came, he couldn't get through the door. He didn't open up the Bible and the Holy Quran together. He called the Holy Quran our Bible. That's what he said. I quote to you from our Bible, which is rightly called Quran. as though the Bible belonged to the Christians or something. No, all of the scriptures are ours. That's the second pillar of faith. You must believe in all of the prophets and in all of their scriptures. And so when you looked at him, the messenger said this concerning Orthodox Islam. He said, Islam, he said, all the world of Islam must learn what has happened here in America. Islam of Muhammad of 1400 years ago served that time. We need a new Islam to serve this day. He said, my mission is to introduce all black people on earth into the knowledge of a new God, a new grantor of dominion, a new mind, and new Islam. There will be a new world, not a new world order, a new world altogether. Do you understand? When you just rearrange furniture in your living room, you putting the furniture in the living room in a new order. But when you totally remodel everything and change the living room and everything, now you got a new living room. Do you understand? Well, I'm here with a new world of thought. You can't hold on to the old way of thinking and think that it's going to still be here. No, I'm erasing it. You see, you can't go back into this spookism about God no more, because now you know God is an acronym for grantor of dominion. And now you know that the word truly is God. The word is the truth. The truth is what grants you dominion. If you don't know the truth, you don't have dominion. Do you understand? Okay. So now, as the messenger told them that he said, I can lead you up to the door, but someone else will have to take you through it. I'm the one to take you through the door, because I'm the only one that the porter opened it for. Do you understand? And so that's what I'm doing. You notice I'm taking you into the scriptures, doing what the messenger told you I would do when I come. Following right into, you ain't had to deviate to follow me. You had to stay the course to follow me. Do you understand? You run around here trying to learn how to pray in Arabic and all that kind of stuff. That ain't gonna help you. No matter what language you pray in, it matters whether you obeying Allah or disobeying Allah. You ain't got to change your language to be righteous. Whatever language you speak, the Holy Quran and the Holy Bible is translated into it. Peace be unto you is peace be unto you, whether you say may Allah's salam alaikum, or maybe you may say shalom alaikum, or Spanish, whatever. Peace is still peace. Do you understand? People that don't have anything to really teach you, they start playing semantics with you. Do you speak Arabic? What is it? You speak Arabic and y'all ain't got no peace over there. So what do I care about learning to speak Arabic? The only reason I'd want to learn it is so that me and you could communicate or translate when we talking to each other. But I don't need to learn Arabic to be a Muslim. Allah said in the Holy Quran, he said it's a reminder to the nations. Which means that it can be translated into whatever language people speak. He didn't say a reminder to the Arabic-speaking nations. He said a reminder to the nations. The gospel is the same. Jesus said this gospel must be published to all nations for a witness, and then shall the end come. The end don't mean what you thought it meant. The end means the purpose. To what end was the scriptures revealed? It was so that when the Son of Man come, these books would be there to bear me witness. A teacher, I ain't never had a teacher that didn't have a book for the class that they was teaching. What is it, son?
Yes, sir. We have a comment from this person with the screen name Losing My Immune System. And they say, Muhammad did not speak English.
No, he didn't. You're right. He spoke Arabic.
Then he says, Jesus did not speak English.
No. None of the prophets that we know of spoke English, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And he said he was a messenger, not a prophet. But the Bible calls him a prophet. Was he questioning me on that?
Question after that.
Right. No, none of the prophets spoke English. No, remember now, this English-speaking people is the last rulers that have been here. These are the ones who took Abraham's seed and enslaved Abraham's seed. You see? And this language, English, is what the scripture says that I would rule with. It says that he shall rule all nations with a rod of iron. The rod is the word. As it says, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thy word and thy prophets. The prophets are the staff of God. Like you have a staff at a school, you know, a staff in an office. Well, the messengers of God was the staff of God, and the rod was the word that they had. Well, the atomic number for iron is 26. And the rod of iron is the 26 letters in the alphabet of the English language. And so I speak English, and I'm ruling all nations with a rod of iron. And so this language is one of the, if not the greatest, one of the greatest languages, and I would dare say the greatest, because the English language does not have a limit on it. It's not limited. Any word, any way, anything you want to express, if there's not a word in the language already to let you express that, you can make up one right then that will say exactly what you mean. It's just like a bicycle that me and one of the brothers came up with, that you can't run out of pedal when you pedaling it. And we put a gearing system on it that's chain driven. That was his idea. I was putting another kind on there, and he said we need to put chain on this, you know, in order to make it work properly, and it's more practical. And so I went and did what he said. I had man design a frame and whatnot that would accommodate that, and the gear that enables you to use it, they ain't got no gear called that. And so I named it a centrifugal multiplier. And that's what it is. It's a centrifugal multiplying gear. And it multiplies the revolutions. Like you turn, you crank it round once, but the multiplier in one of its best gears, every one turn makes that multiplier go around 4 times. So and so we call it a centrifugal multiplication system. And this is the kind of thing that most people don't understand. Like in the book of Isaiah, it teaches you that it asks the question. It says, who is this that comes from Edom, meaning from blood? God made all nations of men from what? One blood. Red is Edom, or from red blood. It says, with dyed garments from Bozrah. Bozrah means the sheepfold. And that's the 63rd chapter of Isaiah. It says, who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments? Whenever you dye a garment, you change its color. But you're not actually changing the fabric. You're just changing the color of the fabric. It's just like when we say, when we get the original Holy Quran that was revealed in the language of Prophet Muhammad and his people, we get the words Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. We don't understand that, but it translates. You can dye it in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And so that is even though that it's not Arabic anymore, but it's still saying the same thing, just in another language. Like a garment that's still cotton, but it ain't white no more, you dyed it blue. Do you understand? But it's still cotton. So when you get the Holy Quran, the translation that we use is the one by Maulana Muhammad Ali from Pakistan. The Yusuf Ali version is pretty good. They've even got another one by Yusuf that he translates it, and he does not use God. He says Allah, but the messenger, he liked the one that says the name Allah instead of just saying God, because that lets you know who we talking about. And so Allah is not just, it don't just mean the God. That is actually the name. His name is Allah. And it means all and in all. Because the truth is all. Everything that exists, the truth brought it into existence. And you can extract the truth out of that which the truth brought into existence. Excuse me. When you talk as much as I do, you can expect to cough sometime. So it says, who is this that cometh from Edom, from red blood, with dyed garments, from the sheepfold, from Bozrah? This that is glorious in his apparel. You notice, I don't just speak or quote. I quote, and then I explain. Do you understand? The prophets, they just spoke it. They didn't explain it. It was said to them, yours is but the delivery of the message. Upon us, the Son of Man and all the holy angels, upon us rests the explaining of it. Do you understand? And so that's what makes me glorious in the knowledge that clothes my brain. You know how in church they used to say, I woke up clothed in my right mind. Well, when you have on apparel is clothing. Do you understand? And so it says, this that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. Well, who is this? I that speak in accord with righteousness, mighty, able to save. Mighty to save. Do you understand? That's because I'm the Savior. So that is, so no, none of the prophets didn't speak the English. The book says that we never sent a messenger but with the language of his people. You see, Prophet Muhammad was an Arab, and he spoke the language of the Arabic people. And the Holy Quran even says, we have revealed it, an Arabic Quran, an Arabic recital. You see, and I think they said Jesus spoke Hebrew and Aramaic. You see, and whenever messengers were sent to Chinese people, they spoke Chinese and Japanese and whatever language the people spoke. But remember something. You don't find no scriptures with these other people. The scriptures were put in their hands, but the understanding of the scriptures they didn't have. Allah said he was going to keep that between him and Abraham's seed. See, I'm the seed of Abraham, and that's why I can understand the scripture. I'm that one that Allah chose to give the understanding of it to. You see, and Prophet Muhammad warned his people. He said, submit to authority, even if his skin is like soot and his hair is like dried raisins. If he got authority, you better submit. Do you understand? And it's plain to see that I have authority. So I'm glad you asked those questions. And we gave white people English. They didn't give it to us. What is it, son?
The question he had asked at the end of that, sir, was, can you speak Arabic, or is Arabic the language of the prophet?
No, all of the languages that people speak, they got them from black people. We are the fathers of all human beings. So all of the languages that they have, they got from us. So no, I don't speak Arabic. It's not necessary. I know people who do speak Arabic that can translate for me. You see, I don't speak Spanish. But there are people that, soon we will have people that will speak all these languages to translate for us. Like at the UN, how do the UN, the people around the United Nations table, how do they speak to each other? Everybody there don't speak everybody's language, but they have translators. So, and with this AI, this artificial intelligence, that will be put to good use eventually to be a translator for people. I could see that maybe happening in the very near future. That AI will translate it real quick to what somebody is saying. You already have that pretty much in your phone. If you have one of those translators apps in your phone. It kind of shows you that that's on the horizon. That's on the horizon. Was there something else? Okay.
One day, Wallace will be our leader.
We are not a people to harp upon colors and racism.
But somebody else could have to show you to it. And I knew exactly what he meant there. He meant that one day, Wallace will be our leader.
We are not a people to harp upon colors and racism. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this is not a race. He says this is a nation.
It was announced that Wallace Muhammad was going to be the leader.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad also said Allah appeared in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. But you denounced that. I didn't hear you. So you only agree with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad when it's convenient, huh? All right. But what he said that you didn't understand, you call it a lie.
And when he came to the podium and spoke, and his words are what really, his words touched my soul.
The Indian can come and find his likeness among you. Yes? Even the European Gentile can come here and find a likeness among you.
And here's the younger man who has really takes up where the father leaves off and is going into another direction. And then you could sense it.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad will fill our hearts. Love for him will never depart from us. Respect for him will never depart.
You see, she didn't hear herself that this young man coming up and gonna take you in another direction. But if he going in another direction, he ain't taking up where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad left off. Just listen to him.
Was going to be the leader. And when he came to the podium and spoke, and his words are what really, his words touched my soul.
The Indian can come and find his likeness among you. Yes? Even the European Gentile can come here and find a likeness among you.
And here's the younger man who has really takes up where the father leaves off and is going into another direction.
You see that? If he takes up where the father leaves off, he continues in the same direction. But if he goes in another direction, he ain't taking up where the father left off. He done got off the path. I will lie in wait for them in thy straight path, and I shall cause them all to deviate. Huh? Well, he caused them to deviate.
You could sense it.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad will fill our hearts. Love for him will never depart from us.
Listen to those words now. What did he say? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad will fill our hearts. Love for him will never depart from us. Respect for him will never depart from us. Well, it couldn't depart from him because he didn't have love for the messenger. Because he disagreed with the messenger and was calling the messenger a liar. Listen.
Even the European Gentile can come here and find a likeness among you.
And here's the younger man who has really takes up where the father leaves off and is going into another direction, and then you could sense it.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad will fill our hearts. Love for him will never depart from us. Respect for him will never depart from us. Though his 130-some pound physical body does not sit in the chair of his office, we still respect that chair because we know his work, his teaching, his thoughts, his feeling, his aspiration, his ambition were not that came into being with the flesh that Georgia produced, but it's that came into being with time itself.
Well, that part was true. Because when he realized that he was not the Lamb, but he was the Elijah that would come and raise the Lamb, then his thoughts, his aspirations, all of that, it didn't come into existence with the flesh that Georgia produced, but it came into existence with time itself. As the messenger, he knew that he was going to have to wait 40 years before I would show up. Do you understand? 40 miles high and eat rattlesnakes just to teach one man. And so the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when he felt my presence, he was happy. And he got back up on the rostrum and started teaching again. And that's why in 73, Farrakhan was saying, we saw a renewed Elijah Muhammad. We saw, the messenger had been sickly, but he started looking strong again, and he got up and started teaching. And he knew that I was present. And he dedicated that yearbook to my presence. In 73, it said, dedicated to thee, our creator. You notice, the thoughts that I'm putting in your head, you had never had them thoughts before. You see, you can't claim you was already thinking like this. No, you wasn't. I'm giving you new thoughts. I'm creating new thoughts in you. And so the WD, he's standing up there lying, talking about he's going to respect and all of that he had for the messenger. That would never depart from us and all that kind of thing. He never had no respect for the messenger. He called the messenger a liar since he was 13, according to him. Because he was listening to them disbelievers' relatives. Telling him, your daddy talking about God is a man. Your daddy don't know what he talking about. What would make him pray the prayer, oh Allah, if I'm not seeing you correctly, please help me to see you correctly. They had him doubting his father. You understand? Doubt is just the opposite of faith. You see? What he should have did was told his daddy. Daddy, Uncle so-and-so, or Aunt so-and-so, cousin so-and-so, to say you ain't this or you ain't that. But no, he's sitting up there taking it in. Whatever whatever happened to honor your father and your mother? Okay. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was a youngster, he used to question his daddy. And his daddy, when he would question him, his daddy didn't have the answers to what he was asking him. And so his daddy told his mama he said, you know that boy, he gets on my nerves. And he said his mama would say, well, why don't you answer what he's asking you? And he said, that boy is something, I'm telling you. And before his father passed, his daddy followed him. His daddy accepted Islam. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad wasn't slipping around behind his daddy's back, dishonoring him. When he listened to the sermons, he would ask his daddy about these things. Of course, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad knew he wasn't going to be preaching like his daddy preached. Even when he was a little boy, he saw something wrong with that. I ain't never believed in the religions that these people had. Never. It didn't make no sense to me. And I wasn't no pretender. So I just, went because my mama never made me go. And when I got old enough, I stopped going. Now, you see, it looked like somebody was murdered 2,000 years ago, and that's going to save me from my sin. How in the world I'm going to believe that?
Yeah. This is a nucleus. This is a beginning. This is a small community. But the nation of Islam is the whole earth.
See, that was true. The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ. Ain't that what's written? Every knee, as I live, saith who? Saith the Lord. Every knee shall bow before me, and every tongue shall confess unto God. Meaning unto the truth that I speak. So look, I have no doubt that everybody gonna be agreeing with me for it's over with. You ain't gonna have no choice. Just like right now, your mouth is shut. Because when Muhammad Ali was telling people he was the greatest, they called him Big Mouth. They called him all kind of things. But before it was over with, what was they saying? He's the greatest. What is it, son?
Yes, sir. We have somebody with the screen name Malik. And he says, I know you believe you are the Lord, but how can you change the Assalamu alaikum greeting, which has been in use over 2,000 years?
They're the one changed it. I just changed it back. Tell me something. What does ice mean? A-S. Ice. Salam means peace. What does ice mean? They don't even know. Ice ain't even a word. But they turned the greetings into a password. The greeting used to be Allah's Salam Alaikum. But now it's Assalamu Alaikum. You know how they say Salam Alaikum, Assalamu Alaikum. They don't know what they're saying. When I first heard that greeting, I was curious as to what does ice mean. They said salam means peace. And if you say Assalamu Alaikum, you're saying peace be unto you. Well, what the ice on there for? And Allah revealed to me what it is. Allah is the author of peace. So you can't say peace be unto somebody. You have to say, may Allah's peace be unto somebody, unto them. And since they ain't got no etiquette, no word that I asked them what word in their language means the term may I have some water, may I have this, or may I have that, or may peace be unto you. They ain't got no word for may. So I just put may on there, because that is the proper way. Because you can't order Allah's peace to nobody. You can say, may Allah's peace be unto you, but it's up to Allah whether he let him have it. Do you understand? No peace, saith the Lord, to the wicked. They say peace when there is no peace. They don't mean it. They just say it. When I say it, I mean it. You know I mean it. I ain't got no guns. I ain't trying to go kill nobody. When I speak to you, I tell you the truth. Because the only way you can claim that you wish peace to people is you speak the truth to them, or you speak nothing. Because a lie is not going to bring peace. So, you the one hung up in this world in its false way. They got you trapped in that. I'm here to free you from that. If you knew the scriptures, you wouldn't even ask me, why did I change it to may Allah's peace be unto you? The Bible says God is the God of peace and not of confusion. The Holy Quran says Allah is the author of peace. Well then, may Allah's peace be unto you. That's what I say to you. And ain't no scholar walking that can condemn what I said.
And with the words that he was saying, you know, the winds of adversity are going to come against us.
And with the strong gust of wind coming from the forces of emotion, come against this house and blow. The wind will stay tight.
But it'll just be like the wind hitting the curtain. It's not going to even waver. It's not going to move.
He couldn't prove that, because anybody that disagreed with him, he didn't want to talk to him. But I can prove it. You come in here with your emotionalism, man, you don't get no rise out of me. I tell you the truth. And the window is open. Ain't the window to my class open to the whole world? You can hear what's going on in my house. Huh? What have I done? What they call it? Windows. Ain't that Windows on your computer? The window is up and the curtain is there. But when you come in here with emotionalism, the curtain don't even waver. You can't move nothing in here with your emotionalism. Remember people used to come in here to my nigga. I dealt with them, didn't I? Yeah. You just don't know it. I'm the wrong one to find you in contempt. Because if I find you in contempt, Allah told me to cast you into hell. I read it to you. Showed it to you. It ain't my fault because you was too stupid to correct yourself. Jesus told you to fear me. Jesus said, fear not them that can kill the body, and after that have no more they can do. He said, I'll tell you who to fear. Fear him that after he have killed your false religious doctrine, have power to cast you into hell. Yeah, I say fear him.
There's not one wind that can blow against this that's going to even ruffle the shells.
See, they keep saying ain't no wind can blow against them, but they scared to argue with anybody. The messenger said, we'll always have a place for you to argue if that's what you want to do. He said, but I advise you to know what you're talking about, or we don't even want to begin. Do you understand? And look, every time I'm on the air, I'm open for argument. So who was they bragging on? That applied to me. It didn't apply to them. When you call them out, they run from you. How many times have I invited Geno Jennings or Farrakhan or Wallace when he was alive? I invited all of them to have a conversation with me. I even offered to let them be the host of the broadcast so they talk when they get ready. Nobody want to do that. What you say, brother? I even told you to go out there and find somebody who could argue with me. And if they win, I would pay you and them the money. And you ain't brought me nobody yet. But you want to sit up out there and act like I'm just any old body. You don't know nobody else like me. You right. I know I'm the Lord. Yes, I do. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told me, and he knew that eventually I would grow to accept that. And he told me that. When he told me I was God, he said, I know you will not agree with me. He said, but you will grow to agree with me. I have grown to agree with him. So.
Curtains at the window, though the window be up, won't even be moved by the winds of emotion. Simply because this house is built on strength, divine strength. This is a house formed by knowledge.
Those words contain life and future direction and hope for the future and a determination that as a community we were going to survive, and not just survive, but we want to thrive.
And men of knowledge.
Do she look like she's going to thrive and survive? You look at them then, after he got through with them, and look at them when they was following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and you will see that they left life and went to death. They left enlightenment and went into ignorance, went back to ignorance. Believing God is a spook. Even though the book told them that the word is God. But yet when the messenger said, Allah, God, came, the word came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. They couldn't put that together because they're too busy being jealous and greedy for the wrong thing. They fell in love with the gifts instead of with the Creator who gave it.
Fall down in the floor and weep and moan and cry like babies when the winds of emotions come. Let your winds of emotions come against this house. It stands forever. Peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum.
43 straight years, Elijah Muhammad had presided over an organization that influenced the lives of men, women, and children, surviving scandal, betrayal, and the assassination of a prominent figure. This chapter in American history was coming to a close, and Wallace Muhammad would take his place as leader, and the changes he would make would be felt throughout the world. Wallace Muhammad disbanded the Nation of Islam and changed its name to the World Community of Islam in the West.
Now, what was that he said? Love for him will never depart from us. Respect for him will never depart from us. Huh? So how did he show his love? He disbanded what the messenger put together. At least that's what he thought he was doing. When he didn't disband none. He disbanded that which helped the messenger to do what the messenger was here to do. He took away the form that helped lay the foundation, but the foundation remained. Do you understand? And I'm now here building on the foundation that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad laid, and I ain't got no opposition now. You know why? Because WD done away with it. Do you understand? You see, you can't claim you. It's like Farrakhan. He went against the messenger with WD and started teaching that the messenger taught us psychology. The white man gave us a downer, so the Master Farad Muhammad and the messenger gave us an upper. He told us that we was gods and we was dead. In other words, he lied to us. Do you understand? And then when he saw that he wasn't getting what he thought he was going to get out of WD and them and helping them, then he decided he going to go back to the messenger. The messenger said, many of us, some of us will go and join with the devil, and then when we see the chastisement, we will want to come back and join with Allah. He said, but Allah is not cheap. he told him that. So I tell all of you, can't play them kind of games. What do you really believe? You were just quoting the messenger. And you didn't wait on me to come and strengthen you like David told you to do. David said, wait on the Lord and be of good courage. Well, if you're supposed to wait on the Lord, well, who is the Lord? Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. The messenger told you that the Lord was one of us. He just didn't know which one of us it was, so he gave us all an X, and he taught us all the same knowledge. But the only one that knowledge would change and enlighten in ways, that one is the Lord himself. He knew that. And that's me.
With this transition, he would be forever referred to as Imam, a title identifying him as a Muslim leader throughout the world.
We have now clearly declared ourselves to be not only Muslims, but followers of the Quran and followers of Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, almost from...
You notice where they all fall into hypocrisy. They say we have declared ourselves to be Muslims and to be followers of the Quran. You can't just be a follower of the Quran. You have to be a follower of all of the scriptures. We don't make no distinction between Muhammad and Jesus, or Moses, or David, or Solomon. The Holy Quran says that. Well, you going to make a lie out of the book? Let's see here. In the 3rd chapter of the Holy Quran, it says, chapter 3, and we're going to start at the the 83rd verse. Seek they then other than Allah's religion, and to him submits whoever is in the heavens and the earth, willingly or unwillingly. When the devil was made, when Iblis was made, he had a conversation with his maker. He said, my Lord, that don't sound rebellious to me. It sounds like he's submitting. Huh? The prophets referred to Allah as my Lord. The devils referred to Allah as my Lord. Thou believest there is one God? The devils also believe and tremble. That's what the Holy Bible says. Okay? And to him they will all be returned. You see, all of you now. Don't make no difference what you claim you are. When you come in my presence, you become a zero. If not, show me your argument against anything I'm teaching.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Malik just typed something else here.
What are you typing for? Did you send him the number?
No, I didn't.
Send him the number. He can come in here and talk to me. He wearing the name Master, so I'm sure he don't mind coming in here. That's what Malik means. It means master. So tell Master to come on in here.
I just sent the invite, sir.
Okay, now what did he say in the meantime?
Yes, sir. He said, did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad tell anyone else you were God? And if so...
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't tell nobody no more than he told me. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't come up to me and tell me you the Son of Man. I figured that out on my own. But he did tell the whole world that the Son of Man is God. But it doesn't make no difference because y'all didn't follow him. Just like right now, you ain't following him now. That's why you in here asking me these questions. But anyway, the book says, seek they then other than Allah's religion, and to him submits whoever is in the heavens and the earth. The heavenly man and the earthly man, the prophets and the devils, they submit willingly or unwillingly, and to him they will be returned. To my authority they are now being returned. It says, say, we believe in Allah and that which is revealed to us and that which was revealed to Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Jacob and the tribes and that which was given to Moses and Jesus and to the prophets from their Lord. And we make no distinction between any of them. And to him we submit. And whoever seeks a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him. And in the hereafter, he will be one of the losers. So what is he's saying about listen to him.
Wallace Muhammad disbanded the Nation of Islam and changed its name to the World Community of Islam in the West. With this transition, he would be forever referred.
Can you imagine saying that you disbanded the Nation of Islam? I thought he said the Nation of Islam is the whole earth. Ain't that what he stood up there and said? But his whole being, his whole purpose was to get rid of what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad started. That's what he thought he was doing. And taking the nation, you remember it says that the woman was pregnant with a child in Revelation, and there was a great red dragon standing before the woman, waiting to devour her child as soon as it was delivered. And she gave birth to a man-child. And her child was caught up to God and to his throne. Is that right? Yeah. So he didn't get the baby. He got the afterbirth. I'm the baby. He didn't get me. I need. All right.
As Imam, a title identifying him as a Muslim leader throughout the world.
Now here, this the man that they claim was the leader for the Nation of Islam. And then they say he disbanded it. Well, how's he the leader for it? That's just like Donald Trump. You claiming him for to be the president of the United States, and he trying to overthrow the United States. So is he really of the United States? Was WD of the Nation of Islam? Or was he just hanging out in there? I didn't hear you. You remember, I told you I've been to this rodeo before. Here's a man running to be president so that he can do away with the United States. That's rich. WD was trying his best. He finally, him and some of the people that was supporting him, he was hanging out in the nation to try to disband the nation. Ain't that something? And all that sweet talk he was doing didn't mean a thing. Because if you listen to it carefully, you realize it wasn't nothing but hype. Hyperbole. Do you understand? He had a whole mission in mind, which was to disband the said Nation of Islam. He didn't like it.
Clearly declared ourselves to be not only Muslims, but followers of the Quran and followers of Prophet Muhammad.
Is that what that verse I read said? It didn't just say followers of Prophet Muhammad. It says we believe in all of the prophets. Ain't that what it said? Well, where did he get this when we follow Prophet Muhammad? You can't follow Prophet Muhammad if you ain't following Jesus. You can't follow Prophet Muhammad if you don't follow Moses. When they used to bring arguments to Prophet Muhammad from other camps, he would ask them, what's written in your book? What's written in your law? What did Moses tell you? What did Jesus tell you? And when they tell him, he said, well, then believe in that which was revealed to you from your Lord. Prophet Muhammad ain't never tried to get nobody to throw away what another prophet said and listen to him. He said, believe in that and me. Because if you believe in that, then you ain't going to try to make me the enemy to that. If you believe in me. You know how they did Jesus, tried to make him the enemy to Moses. Them hypocrites. There's a lot of hypocrites like that now. What am I teaching that contradicts any other prophets? Show me. Bunch of lying devils. That's what you are.
Almost from the beginning, the Imam began establishing the universal teachings of the religion.
Now listen at this. Almost from the beginning, the minister, the Imam began to establish the universal religion. Universal? Even the people that he went to, the Arabs and the so-called Orthodox Muslim world, they ain't even got no universal religion. You got some calling themselves Sunni, others calling themselves Shiites. They got all these different sects of Islam, which the Holy Quran forbids. The one book that they say they believe in says, and be not. Let me show you. This is, it calls it polytheism. Those who break up into parties. It says, so set thy face, this is the 30th chapter of the Holy Quran in the 30th verse. So set thy face for religion, being upright. The nature made by Allah in which he has created or taught men. The men is the prophets. There is no altering Allah's creation. Don't be going in the scriptures, adding to them and taking away from them. There's no altering Allah's creation. That is the right religion. But most people know not. They don't even understand what that's talking about. And it says, turning to him. Now, let's go back and read this properly. Because when it says, there is no altering Allah's creation, and that is the right religion, but most people know not. That's an afterthought. That should have been in parentheses to show you that that's an afterthought of what was just said. Do you understand? So let's read it properly. So set thy face for religion, being upright, the nature made by Allah in which he has created men, turning to him. What did Abraham say? Surely I have turned myself to thee, O Allah. All of the messengers of Allah turned to Allah. They turned to the truth. They faced the truth. They bowed to truth. The nature made by Allah in which he has created or taught men, turning to him. And keep your duty to him, and keep up prayer, and be not of the polytheists. And then it explains what polytheists are. Of those who split up their religion and become parties. Every sect rejoicing in that which they have as their own private understanding. Now you got it? Okay. But he took them into that. When the messenger said, Islam of Muhammad of 1400 years ago, that served that time. We need a new Islam to serve this day. That's what the messenger said. And then he lied and said the messenger was getting us ready for that. getting us ready to go into Orthodox Islam. No, he was not getting us ready to go into no Orthodox Islam. They better get ready to come into what I'm teaching. And if that ain't so, they hear me. Them people ain't scared of me. Why they don't come in here and argue with me? Because they fear Allah. The truth that I'm teaching. I am the rightly guided one. I am the Mahdi. And everybody that opposes me gonna regret it 10 times as much as you hate me. That's how much you gonna hate yourself when you realize what you turned down.
Muslims believe in the oneness of God, the oneness of society, and we don't.
If he believed in the oneness of God, then how could he be befriending religions and instead of telling them that their religions are false? There ain't but one religion. If whoever seeks a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him. That's what the Holy Quran says, that he claimed to believe in. I didn't hear you. The Bible says one faith. That means one religion, one baptism, one doctrine, and one Lord. And you sang the song when they crowned him Lord of all. Lord, I want to be in that number. When they crowned him Lord of all. I didn't hear you. Now, if I'm not the Lord of all, show me who's equal with me. Show me my equal. So I can show you don't know what you're talking about. If you had anybody out there equal to me, then everything that I'm sharing with you, you would have already known.
Society can function well unless it's in agreement with itself.
Did you hear that?
Back to the early time of history.
A title identifying him as a Muslim leader.
Now listen to what he says. No society can function well unless it's in agreement with itself. Now listen to him.
The world.
We have now clearly declared ourselves to be not only Muslims, but followers of the Quran and followers of Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, almost from the beginning, the Imam began establishing the universal teachings of the religion. Almost from the beginning.
Muslims believe in the oneness of God, the oneness of society. And we don't believe that society can function well unless it's in agreement with itself.
No, that's not true. He's not speaking for Muslims, he's speaking for W.D. Muhammad. Muslims don't believe that society can function well unless society is in agreement with Allah. That's why when we speak to you with guidance, we speak to you with the words of Allah, not with our private belief. He's giving you his private belief. He couldn't stand you following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but before it's over with, he asking you, you gonna follow me or you gonna follow the sissies? You remember that? So he wanted people to follow him. They even had books out, teachings of W.D. Muhammad. He come in his own name. He ain't come in the name of Allah. Allah he's the one that called me Son of Man. He's the one that said, he shall be to me a son, and I will be to him a father. That's what he said. And he said he committed all judgment unto the Son. All things are delivered unto me of my Father. That all men should honor the Son even as they honor the Father. And he that honoreth not the Son, honoreth not the Father which hath sent him. That's why Allah said, cast them into hell. If they dishonor you, they rebel, cast into hell every ungrateful, rebellious one. That's what Allah told me to do.
If you can go back to the early time of his teachings to us as a community, as he was erasing the blackboard, he was also writing on that blackboard the mind of the community, the universal ideas of our religion.
He said, he know we're tied into blackness. He wants to take us out of that into Islam proper under the Prophet Muhammad of 1400 years ago. Now this father.
Taking out of us the nationalistic.
Did you hear him, right? And they was willing to go, wasn't they? Yeah, they didn't want to be black no way. And found out that the black man is everybody's father and mother. The black man and woman is the original human beings on the planet. They don't like that. Huh? well, la-dee-da.
And making it more universal.
I can only say it personally, I mean, from that it can only be a work of God, because it's just such a total transformation.
The most,
Yes, it was the work of God. The messenger said, I need both a wrecker and what? And a builder. So WD, he came and he wrecked it all. Do you understand? To show, if nothing else, that you thought that you understood so much. You thought that you were ready to rule. And look what a man with a child's mentality came in and just tripped all of you. Huh? Boy never got out of his teens. How you know that? Because when he was a teenager, that's when he said that prayer, oh Allah, if I'm not seeing you correctly, please help me to see you correctly. Well, when you reject Allah's messenger, Allah don't want to talk to you. That was a prayer of disbelief and lack of faith. Here the messenger of God done told you that God appeared to him in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. People that ain't said God gave him nothing told you, oh, God ain't came to him, your daddy. God ain't came to your daddy with nothing. And you believe him, but you don't believe the man who told you God said it. I didn't hear you. That's rich, ain't it? No. The same way he imbibed, drank the poison. Why didn't he drink the pure water? Here the messenger doing works that ain't no other man was doing for black people. Teaching them how to fast, teaching them how to pray, teaching them to clean themselves up. Clean up your interior and your exterior. Take cursing and swearing out your mouth. Take cigarettes and alcohol out your body. And all this kind of thing. And this man saying that, oh Allah, if I'm not seeing you correctly, because, my uncle and my relatives don't believe in your messenger. And I'm kind of doubting him too. And so, would you show me that I'm supposed to follow him? Allah ain't going to show you nothing. Because you closed your eyes to what he was showing you. You ain't found nobody equal to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad when the messenger was here. Then you wait until he ain't here. Then you start arguing with him. Why didn't you show up when he was offering $10,000 in his life? If you could show he was teaching wrong. Where was you? Sitting there lying and pretending.
profound change that was made was the change in the belief that God is black or manifest in black flesh, and that the devil is white or manifest in Caucasian flesh.
I'll tell you what color am I?
Black.
Okay. Who manifested the true understanding of God to you?
You did.
Well, he said God, the belief that God is manifest in black flesh. Was that a false belief? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you the black man is God. Huh? The white man is the devil. The white man ain't arguing with me about being the devil. He know he the devil. Your problem is you think he should be ashamed of that. I ain't seen a creature yet that was ashamed to be what God made him. Have you? I'm not here to punish white people for being the devil for the past 6,000 years. Actually, I'm here to tell them, well done, thou good and faithful servant. If he obeys the rest of the story. Remember the Sabbath day. What was Cinderella told? 12 o'clock. He'd be out of there. Huh? Okay. You in the Sabbath day now. It's time for you to put aside all that evil that you've been practicing, white people, and be changed. It's written in Corinthians, Paul, you likes to quote Paul, then you better listen to what Paul said. Because Paul was born out of due season. You see, he saw, as he said, he saw Jesus as a man born out of due season. He wouldn't have never saw the righteousness of Jesus if he hadn't been born again. Remember, Jesus said, except a man be born again, he can't see the kingdom of God. Huh? So if Paul saw the kingdom of God, and he was white, he was born out of due season. Huh? And so, Paul told you, he said, we shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment. In what moment? In the moment of time of the coming of the Lord himself. In the moment, in the twinkling of an eye. Well, the mind's eye that is now addressing the whole world is doing like them stars that's light years away. It look like they're blinking on and off. They look like, as they say, growing brighter and dimmer, brighter and dimmer. Do you understand? You notice I'm on the air now every day. The twinkling of an eye. Huh? All you got to do is get into class. Bring your scriptures. Follow me through the scriptures. Follow me through what I'm sharing with you. And your mind is being changed. Be not conformed to the religious doctrines and all of the ways of this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, the rebirth of your mind in Christ, in the doctrine of all of the prophets and all of their scriptures. And I'm the only one that's teaching that. One faith, Islam. One baptism, the doctrines of the Holy Scriptures. And one Lord, the Son of Man.
was, I believe, the most disturbing change, if I can put it that way, the most disturbing change that had taken place.
Wallace came in with a completely different agenda and program.
Now, they acknowledging it. Wallace came with a completely different agenda and program. Then why did they follow him? They wrote letters. It says, how shall Allah guide a people who disbelieved after? This is the 86th verse. Let's go to the 85th verse of the 3rd chapter of the Holy Quran. And whoever seeks a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him. And in the hereafter, he will be one of the losers. How shall Allah guide a people who disbelieved after their believing and after they had borne witness that the messenger was true? And clear arguments had come to them. And Allah guides not the unjust people. Do you know how unjust it is for when you in the face of somebody, you agree with them, and then when they ain't there no more, you start saying, I didn't believe that. Then why did you lie? We all wrote that letter saying we believed in Allah, that who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, and we believed that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was his true servant and last apostle. That's what we all wrote that letter. Now I'm here to guide you, and you don't believe no more. According to you, you don't believe that no more. Then why did you lie? Because you wanted money, good homes, and friendship. You can keep your righteousness, though. You didn't want righteousness. That's what you was upset about. You used to sneak out to the clubs and all that kind of thing. Because you didn't want righteousness. It's like you see the Arabs, they smoke, and some of them drink, and they sell pig in their stores and all that kind of stuff. And then say, well, the Holy Quran said, well, that we shouldn't eat it. It didn't say we couldn't sell it. And you know, all these things, it reminds me of what Doc Holliday said about Wyatt. He said, that's what I love about Wyatt. Wyatt was in there, had a faro table that he had got a share in a saloon. And Doc asked him about gambling. And Wyatt said, ain't nobody forcing him to. And he said, that's what I love about Wyatt. He can talk himself into anything. So anyway, Wyatt wasn't no saint, in other words. And there's all these people walking around here talking about judging somebody. How in the world you gonna judge the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and you ain't near about the man that he was? What have you done equal or close to equal to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? What did W.D. Muhammad do that made him qualified to judge the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? He never stood for anything. He never built anything. All he did was spent a lot of time pretending to believe things that he did not believe in. That's not manhood. That's why when the messenger, when Malcolm got killed in his own meeting, and W.D., when he heard about it, he said, without thinking, I told my wife, I better call Daddy. And so he called his daddy, and he said, Daddy, and he greeted him, and he said, Wa alaikum salam, Wallace. He said, Daddy, I would like to be up on the dais of this stage with you at your Savior stage. The messenger said, the messenger said, that's good, son. He said, but you know you're going to have to tell the people that you were wrong. And he said, I told Daddy, I said, I know it, Daddy. And he said, and then the messenger just hung up. He didn't greet him, he just hung up. Why? So now you want to come back in here because you done got frightened for what you saw happen. And so your manhood, you wasn't about the man that Malcolm was. Because Malcolm, you helped trip him up. And he was man enough to just leave when he did not believe anymore. That's why the messenger cried when that happened to him, because Malcolm just got tricked. He got tripped up by false praise from people. And he wasn't thinking. And he, ain't no telling when he started really disbelieving in the messenger. But you could tell that he didn't believe in the messenger because he called him Mr. Muhammad. And you can hear it in some of those who followed Malcolm. Mr. Muhammad this, Mr. Muhammad that. That's not the way you address a messenger of God. You see? So, but anyway, they bore witness to the truth and then called the truth a lie. You pray in the opening of the Holy Quran to be guided. You say, guide us on the right path. I'm the only one who's opening up all of the scriptures that was favored, given to the prophets as favors. Guide us on the right path, the path of those upon whom thou hast bestowed favors. David said, Lord, your word is a lamp unto my feet and a light and light of understanding unto the path that I left behind. He knew that I would come explaining what he had to say and wasn't given the explanation of. Do you understand? All of them knew that I would come and guide you. Jesus said it. He said, I have yet many things to say to you, but you can't bear them now. But howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he's not going to speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear from Allah, the truth that's left behind in these books, that shall he speak. And he will show you things that was prophesied to come. He will show you the understanding of it. All things that the Father hath are mine. Therefore said I that he shall receive of mine and shall show it unto you. Jesus referred to me as the Father as well as the Spirit of truth. The opening of the Holy Quran opens up with a prayer for guidance, knowing that you couldn't understand the book. So you needed to wait for me to come to guide you. But no, you didn't wait because you was jealous of the messengers of God. You wanted to be in their position, to be telling people what to do and ordering people around. You hypocrites.
I was like, whoa, what is this?
He was very progressive in his changes and progressive in his teachings and preaching, removing the old ideas with explanation.
How you gonna call the messenger's teachings old ideas when you had never heard the truth about black and white people before the messenger came? You went back to the old ideas. Looking up in the sky for God
and looking up down for the devil. That's why you didn't want none of the earth. The devil is under there. You about crazy as a road lizard.
The attitude in the past, as you know, was one of suspicion and fear. Suspecting that the Caucasian would abuse the trust if they were trusted, and a fear that the community wouldn't be able to grow with Caucasian present.
Imam Muhammad came at a time when we in the nation of Islam were becoming.
It's like right now, you talking about fear that the Caucasian would abuse the trust. That ain't no fear, that's a fact. What I look like trusting white people to guide me in righteousness? He ain't never been righteous. Man got a whole history of murder and bloodshed. Now, how you associating him with God and righteousness? Now, if you want to fight, if you want to go to war, he your man. He can teach you how to do that. But he can't teach you how to be righteous. I'm saying that in front of them. White folks, can you teach me how to be righteous? In order to do that, you'd have to understand these scriptures here. And you ain't never understood the scriptures because Allah didn't say he was going to give you that. He promised that to me. And now I have them. It's my inheritance. You know, white people run around here talking about they teaching righteousness. He don't know nothing about righteousness. That's why he don't teach you that in school. He know he can't teach righteousness. You ain't even thought about that. You got the Bible and the Holy Quran, and he ain't never offered no course in righteousness. Because he ain't stupid. You can't teach what you don't know. And he know that if he start talking about teaching it, people going to be asking him questions, and pretty soon they going to know he just as blind spiritually as they are. That's why you got all these false religions out here. Because you've been guessing at the scripture.
Dissatisfied with the rampant materialism, the exploitation of members by the leadership, deceptive practices by the leadership.
You can survive a public reprimand. I think you should sit in the back of the room. Because the imam didn't wait to take you into the back office to tell you what he thought about your shortcomings. He would tell you publicly what he thought about your shortcomings.
Many rank and file members of the Nation of Islam believed that there were ministers who had utilized the Nation of Islam for their own personal gain, and the new leader was not reluctant in expressing his displeasure.
They don't fight me. Right up here you got sissies. Right up here there are sissies. I don't have to identify them. You know some of the sissies that sit up here. In every mosque leadership, you got some sissies. Now, who are you going to follow, me or the sissies?
Now it comes out. See? He didn't say who you going to follow, the Quran or the sissies. No, he wants you to follow him. Do you understand? That was his problem all the time. He was like Absalom. He wanted the people to follow him instead of David. Do you understand? That's why he would speak in Arabic terms and all that kind of stuff, because he knew people was just foolish enough to think just because somebody speak Arabic, they could understand the messages that the Holy Quran has in it. That's like saying you can, just because you can read and read an English book, that you understood the book. I tell you what, go and pick up some of them canons, them law library books, and just start reading them, and you come back and tell me you understand them. Just because you can read in a language of understanding how to sound out and cite out words, that don't mean you understand the context in which they are used. If the people in all these that can fluently speak and read Arabic, if they could understand the Holy Quran, why they don't have no peace? Why is it that they think that they can legislate righteousness? You don't have no right to try to force grown people to be righteous. There's no compulsion in religion. That's what Allah says. What is this morality police and all this kind of? You ain't got no right to call yourself being the keeper over nobody. There's not a soul, but over it is already a keeper. I'm the only one building something that can demand that you be righteous, because I'm building this. And if you don't want to be righteous, you can't be with me. Do you understand? I ain't forcing nothing on you. I'm telling you what the rules is if you want to be with me. I'm building the new nation of Islam. There ain't never been a nation of Islam. The messenger told you that. You just didn't have sense enough to see it. What is the birth record of the said nation of Islam? The said nation of Islam has no birth record. It has no beginning nor ending. I am the beginning and the ending. It wouldn't be a nation of Islam if the Lord himself wasn't building it. Can't nobody build a nation of Islam but God. You got a lot to learn. Anyway, it's late. I didn't mean to keep you this long. So I'll finish this, if it pleases Allah, tomorrow. What is, son?
Yes, sir. We have someone off the screen named Nazareth, and he says, "Who is the white dude on the right?"
Who's the white dude on the right? You talking about Master Farad Muhammad? Yeah, that's a fulfillment of the scripture. That God came in the likeness of sinful flesh. The white man is the man of sin. So Master Farad Muhammad's father, when he saw our condition, he was a black man. He saw our condition here, and he knew that he could not come into this white racist country teaching the truth of black and white people without being attacked. And then if they attacked him, they would force the end of their world before the time, and that before we could be saved. And the destruction of white people, since we had the same mind that white people had, we would have been destroyed along with them. So he went and got him a white wife, and he taught her Islam and made a good Muslim out of her, and then he produced a son by her. And he taught his son what to teach us, how to come over here and find and locate Elijah, actually. And so he came here and he began teaching, and he attracted the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to his teaching. And once the Honorable Elijah Muhammad saw him, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad recognized that he was the Son of Man, that the Bible had prophesied of to come. And so he, after the class, he told Master Farad Muhammad, he said, I know who you are. He said, you are the Son of Man that the world had been expecting to come. He said, you are God himself. And Master Farad Muhammad looked at him and he said, he leaned over to him and whispered in his ear and told him, he said, yes, but who knows that? And you be quiet. Don't you tell nobody. And so he began teaching the messenger every day. He'd come and visit him, and all day long he'd be sharing with the messenger the knowledge that he needed to know in order to find me. And for they had seen a sign of my birth, and it was time to send Elijah. And so the sign of my birth was the two stars out there that looked like one star blinking blue and red. And so the messenger stayed with Master Farad Muhammad for about 3 years and 4 or 5 months. And then Master Farad Muhammad told the messenger, he said, okay, Elijah, you don't need me anymore. And he left as mysteriously as he came. And so the messenger, once he wasn't here no more, he had told the messenger, now you can tell people all about me after I'm gone. And so the messenger started telling everybody that Allah, God, had appeared to him in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. And so that's who the messenger was saying that Master Farad Muhammad was. He was God in person. And I had to grow up to realize what he was really saying was that the truth came to him in the person, in that man. And his name was Master Farad Muhammad. And the truth came in him to us. And so, for the truth is God. God is an acronym for grantor of dominion. That G-O-D is grantor of dominion, or giver of dominion. Same thing. And so just like right now, if I was not the Lord, you'd hear white people coming in here trying to argue with me. They ain't got no argument for me. I have dominion now. Whatever I say, I could talk 3 more hours and ain't nobody still gonna be able to argue with me. I can talk 9 more hours and ain't nobody gonna be able to argue with me. Because everything that I say, I can prove. You see? So, you know, if you recall, there was a time where you probably don't recall because you're young, and they don't do it no more. The white man used to, he used to call each other bub. What's up, bub? That's Beelzebub. That's one of the devil's names. And then he says, well, speak of the devil. And he used to say that all of the time. When we were dead, when I was dead. But he don't say that no more. He don't want to, he ain't gonna tell it, say it now. He ain't gonna confess to it now. He got the right to remain silent. so you know, it is kind of funny. But, you know, we'll take this up some more tomorrow and be happy to go into more depth if you like. Was there something else?
He said thanks, and he also says, I thought Jesus was the Son of Man.
No, they say that, but they don't. You notice, you ain't never went to church and heard people say, the Son of Man, so and so and so. They ain't never called Jesus the Son of Man. Now they want to say that because I'm here. And but no, Jesus was not prophesying of his own coming. Jesus said, as the lightning comes out of the east and shines. That's the sun. The sun comes out the east and shines. He said, even unto the west, and that's where we are. We are in the west. He said, even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. And the way they spell Son of Man kind of is deceptive. If you really want to know how Son of Man should have been spelled, you go to Malachi, the 4th chapter, and the 2nd verse. It says, but unto you that fear my name shall the S-U-N of righteousness arise with healing in his wings. The wings is the wings of my mind. I have all these different books that I done studied, and it's all in my head now. And so just like when I was just quoting to you from Matthew, and the wing called the gospel, that's in my mind. And then sometimes I go over to Ezekiel, and that's another wing of my mind. Well, I have wings in my mind, like hospitals have wings. Different parts of it that deal with different illnesses that you have. And so the way that they spell son in Malachi was actually the way that it should have been spelled in the gospel. But the translator didn't know what he was talking about, so he couldn't put it in there like it belongs. That's what I'm here for, to straighten out and make clear what was spoken in a mystery. So just be patient, and you get in class and invite your family and all your loved ones to get in these classes. If you want them to be saved from that sinful mind that they have, you better get in these classes, because that's what's going to be destroyed. It ain't got nothing to do with what color you are or what flesh you got. What the destruction is going to be is everybody with the sinful mind is going to be destroyed with that mind, if you don't let me change your mind. So, may Allah bless us. What is it?
Yes, sir. We also have something from Sion Perviva, and they say, good evening once again. Thank you for all your teaching, son of man. I'm so tired of the life I'm living, and I really want to change. I just don't know where to even start.
Well, you already done started. Just keep coming to my class, and you'll be changing. If you take in what I'm teaching, the teachings will change you. If you really want to change a person, you must change their thoughts. As long as you don't have new thoughts, you're not going to change. But I'm here giving you new thoughts. And all you got to do is accept what I'm teaching, and it begins to change you, as the messenger told you. I don't have to go through the hard work that Yaqub did of 200 years of trying to make a new people, and 200 more and 200 more. As the messenger said, just my word. And my word comes into you, and it begins to change you. Because the word that I'm giving you is the words of Allah. Like going to school and you say, man, I'd like to be a doctor. Well, you can go to school and they will change you into a doctor. You just have to get in there and get in class. And pretty soon, you'll just start talking like a doctor. Because the mind that is in a doctor is starting to be put in you. Well, the mind that was in the messengers of God, the mind that was in the angels of God, I'm here putting that mind in you. All you got to do is just come to class and be patient. You didn't become an engineer by going to one day's class. You had to keep on going to school until you completed the courses that they was there to teach you. So you better get in my class, and what you can do is familiarize yourself with the teachings of, or the scriptures, the Bible and the Holy Quran. Don't try to understand it. You ain't gonna never understand it. You just familiarize yourself with it. And then when I'm teaching, you will see that the understanding of it is being taught to you. And so that's the way teachers did you in the public school. They tell you, go and read over chapter so-and-so, and we'll discuss it in class. So I'm here to give you understanding. So you don't have to worry about whether you gonna understand it or not. You ain't got to understand it. Just read it and familiarize yourself with it. Read the gospel, read the Quran, read the book of Ezekiel, read Jeremiah, read all of it. And what's relevant to you and your situation, I'm here to teach it. You ain't got to worry about whether or not you're going to understand it. By the time I'm finished, you'll understand everything you need in order to be an upright human being. And you will naturally just change your thoughts. When you change what you heard the old saying, you are what you eat. You are what you think. You see? If you keep on studying these scriptures with me, you're going to start thinking like the scriptures. That's just that simple. You see? And stay out of all them old crazy chat rooms and all that old crazy stuff that's on the internet, that old X-rated stuff and all that stuff. Stay out of that. And you know, it's time to take a bath, take a shower, and let's clean ourselves out, and you're gonna be fine. So now it's late. See, y'all don't get tired. See, I've been in here almost 4 hours teaching you, and you ain't tired yet. But I'm gonna cut this right now. we'll talk some more tomorrow. So if it pleases Allah. So may Allah bless you, bless us all, and keep us safe and in our right minds. And tell other people to come into class. And let's go and get ourselves together. And don't you worry. One day we're going to be free. We're going to have some of this earth, or we're going to have all of it. If these people don't want to work with us and give us a home, there's plenty storms, there's plenty earthquakes. The earth can open up and swallow whole cities. We'll inherit the earth. I'm not worried about that. You just worry about getting righteous and let me worry about whether you're going to have a country of your own or not. We're going to have our own country. Now, those who help us, as Allah said, I will bless those that bless thee, and I will curse those that curse thee. So do yourself a favor. I'm talking to white people now. Help me to help my people. Do for me what you would want done for you if you was in my position and I was in your position. I ain't trying to make you lose your country. I'm trying to help you save your country. Why do you think I've been warning you about Donald Trump? He doing what Wallace did to the Nation of Islam. He's trying to do that to you, to America, to the United States. Don't let him. Put his sorry ass in jail. Anyway, I'm on. Ass is enough time they done used it in the Bible and the Quran too. I know what I'm saying. So, you know, that I'll tell you what, tomorrow you ask me to teach on that. I'll show you what I meant by that. Okay. So, I'm thankful to Allah for every one of you that took the time to hear me. Don't forget, tell other people, tell your people to come to class. And don't you dare go out there and re-elect that man that has proven that he has committed treason. Are you aware that when you take up arms against your own government, that's treason? Especially if you are in the military. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And when he instigated an uprising or an insurrection against the United States, he committed treason. All right. So I'm gonna let you go now. Now, do you honestly think if I was telling other than the truth that white people wouldn't be coming in here getting on me? May Allah's salam alaikum.
Conference